When your star sign aligns with your favorite bars, that's Rapstrology. Introducing the Volume 1 and Volume 2 collection, where hip-hop culture meets cosmic energy. These tees and hoodies are crafted from premium heavyweight, pre-shrunk cotton for ultimate comfort and durability. Rapstrology gives you options that truly vibe with your style. Choose from 3 bold editions, gold, white, and black. Each piece makes a statement, perfect for concerts, studios, or anywhere culture thrives. Every drop connects the zodiac to the spirit of rap, creating an authentic crossover. It's not just fashion, it's legacy wear that sparks conversations. Each release is a new chapter in the Rapstrology story. Volume 1 and Volume 2 Rapstrology tees and hoodies are available now.
When your star sign lines up with the spot you vibe in, that's Rapstrology.
Sorry, that was an accident. What up, people? What's pop locking, people? On this Saturn's day, it's hot as hell. Hot today, goddamn it! Summer's starting up. We don't like the hot. We Los Angeles, we like it right in the middle. 75, clear skies all day. That's where we live. Yo, if let me know if the volume is coming through. Let me know if the volume is coming through. Okay. Oops. Let me know in the comments. Yo, what up, Jason Rivers? Baha Man 1964. What up, Atuna and Twain? DJ Sherm. Lester Ingram, Summer Breeze, Mac Films, what's cracking? Shalom Mitchell, Jesus, what's happening? What up, Roderick Roche? What up, bro? Excuse me. What up, Roderick Roche? We got True SAT, what's cracking? London Show Sean, what it do? He says, okay, Kev, I'm gonna what? Send on the anti-Trump shit. I'm going to sit in on the anti-Trump shit in exchange for info on these other topics. He going to sit on the anti-Trump shit. What Trump is anti-Trump all himself. Nigga, when he blew up a school full of kids, baby girls, nigga, it was over. Ain't no coming back from that, nigga. So if you still on the Trump train, nigga, you on the Trump train to hell. After this nigga blew up, this first act of the war was to blow up a school full of little girls. That was a wrap for him. That was it. Your soul ain't coming back from that, nigga. I don't give a shit what you do. How many good things you do after that? You blew up a school full of girls. So you can still be on the Trump train if you want, all the way to hell. But as I still call balls and strikes. If he does good shit for America, I'll call it out. When he fuck up, I'll call it out. I'm not polarized. As none of you should be polarized. You do things as they come. You call balls and strikes. That's it. You judge each pitch as they come. What up? I got you, London Show Sean, Bahamian. Yo, Aqua, what's happening? Get rid of the TDS. Was not you 2 years ago. What'd you say? I love you, man, but you need to get rid of this TDS. This was not you 2 years ago. Yeah, because he didn't blow up a school full of girls 2 years ago. This nigga didn't start a war 2 years ago. He did a whole lot of shit 2 years ago. This nigga, he didn't do a whole lot of shit that he hadn't done in the first, and you have Trump TDS. If you can't say the fucked up shit that this nigga done, you have TDS the opposite direction. TDS is not just Trump derangement syndrome over all the shit that he's fucked up shit that he's done, or calling out things that you think that he's done wrong. It's also when he actually has fucked up, you acting like he done nothing wrong. Nigga, after them Epstein files came out, and this nigga's mentioned in the Epstein files more than Jesus is mentioned in the Bible. When women come out and say that this nigga at 13 years old, this nigga made me give him Scully, and when I laughed because I bit him, he slapped me, and you act like that didn't happen, that's on you. You got the TDS. And this ain't no hate on you, but you need to get the sugar daddy out your eye and actually watch what's going on. I call balls and strikes. I don't have any I'm not polarized at all. If you've been watching me, you know I don't go polarized. I don't do this or that. I do this and that. So if you ain't been able to call out the fucked up shit that this nigga has done, then you need to do some soul searching. When he does good shit, I say he does good shit for America. When he do fucked up shit, I say he do fucked up shit. If you not on the same plane, then you have the TDS, not me. What you talking about? So what up, Lester Ingram? I got you. Dr. Lakeith, what was happening? Mac, what is that? Maxi Black, is that how you say it? Maxi Black. This is Sedona for the Aries season. That's what are you in? Trump is tragically in bed with isn't real. Yeah, if you ain't calling that out, if you ain't calling how Netanyahu bitch got a fucking puppet up his ass, got his hand up his ass like a puppet, then you got the TDS. Nigga, what you talking about, nigga? Ain't nobody out here tripping but you. If you trying to act like this nigga ain't doing all of this shit, what the fuck is he doing then? Every time he get ready to do a peace deal, Israel bombs somebody, and then nigga, oh shit, I fucked up. Come on, bro. He said Trump is tragically in bed with isn't real. There you go. Melanated Brown, I see you was happening. Rodney 9765. Super Boston. He said Super Boston. You know, we LA, baby. Lakers. We don't do Boston. But only reason I fuck with Boston is because the last year Kobe was good. And one of the years Kobe was good, Kobe was torching Boston. And Boston started screaming MVP. That was the first time I ever heard Boston scream MVP for a goddamn Laker. So that's the only reason Boston is cool with me. It's because y'all screamed MVP when Kobe was torching y'all one year. And I said, goddamn, Boston, I can't. Hey. So Boston, y'all cool with me because of that. I don't like TDS. Thank you. TDS, either side, is fucked up. You thinking everything Trump does is bad? It's fucked up. You thinking everything Trump does is good? It's fucked up. Both of them sides are fucked up. Period. Both of those sides have TDS. just so we're clear. Trump everything wrong, TDS. Trump everything good, also TDS. And you got to call both of them out. What up? Got your trash and dental. Sorry. All right. Appreciate you guys. Make sure you guys hit the Cash App or the Super Chat. You know we have a goal every week. Appreciate you for helping me get to the goal. Everybody, make sure you hit the Super Chat or the Cash App. We take donations in both, trying to get to the goal. All right, y'all. Oops. I just clicked off all my stuff. Well, where'd my stuff go? All right, here we go. All right, there we go. All right, y'all. Real quick, everybody, if you ordered the Great Book of Melanin Research, your package should be out. Had a little mishap, so this week, so I had to get them out yesterday. So if you didn't get your email, you'll probably get it today. That it's on its way. But for the people who didn't order the Great Book of Melanin Research, we have the deal going. Order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. You get the police stop law package for free. You get the Know Your Rights manual, public official bonds book, the constitutional rights cards. This lets police officers know what your rights are and what will happen when they violate your rights. And we got two of those. We got two versions of those. We got the civil rights constitutional rights card with the civil rights guides on here, as you can see. These are dope. This is the one I got. This is dope right here. But then we also have the qualified immunity card right here. This lets police officers know they lose their shield that they get when they violate your rights, and they do it unknowingly. They violate your rights unknowingly. However, when you alert them they're in danger of violating your rights before they do it, and you get it on camera, then they can't come back and say, I didn't know, Your Honor. I didn't know I was violating his rights that way. Well, no, you got it on camera. This guy's on camera telling you that all you have to do is look up the law that you're trying to enforce to make sure that you're not doing it wrong. You're not doing it improperly, and you refuse to do that. So, boom, you lose your qualified immunity. That's how that works. They can't scream, I didn't know. And then this is the notice that goes along with that right here. And again, as it says at the top, a police officer or public official loses their qualified immunity when they knowingly violate the law or are plainly incompetent. So says it right here that they can't deny. And then also you get the flashcards. You get the police stop flashcards. Ooh, where'd it go? You get the police stop flashcards, volumes 1 and 2, right here when you get it. And then also for this end of May, I'm going to do the sale. Now, before I do the sale, I'm going to give you the 3 t-shirts, but I have one t-shirt I haven't brought out yet. And the reason I haven't bought this t-shirt out yet is because I need you guys' opinion on this, because I may be biased. I'm not necessarily a blue person. So the new shirt is in blue. It has a blue overtone to it. I'm not necessarily a blue person. I like blue, sort of. I have some clothes in blue, but not a lot. I grew up in Bloodhood. So you couldn't wear a lot of blue when I grew up. In my neighborhood, you were blue, that's your ass if you were blue. So it's not the fact because of that, though. I'm just not a blue person per se. So you guys let me know if this is a cool color for this volume right here. This is Rapstrology Groups Volume 2. So you let me know if this is a good color. Again, I may be biased. I haven't put this on the website yet, but if you like it, I'll put it on the website. If not, I may ask him to do it in another color. You let me know right here. And bam. So that's the new right there. That's the new one right there. Now you guys let me know. We have Mobb Deep, Naughty by Nature, A Tribe Called Quest as the air. Remember, these are the dates go by when their first album was released. The very first day their first album was released. Not their song, their album. So that's how they get their astrology sign. So again, Naughty by Nature, Tribe Called Quest, The Roots. We got the Ghetto Boys right here. And a lot of these are from their album covers. These are real shots. These are real pictures of them. All of these pictures were taken from real photo shots, real publicity shots from them. So this is not made up. These are all recreations of their actual publicity shots. Then we got Gangstar right here as the Gemini. We got X-Clan as Taurus. Another Aries, Das Effects. Then we got Black Sheep right here as the Libras. Shout out to Dress D-R-E-S. Yes, I guess I can start. If it's all right with you, I'll rip this a joint apart. Shout out to Dress. And then we got Mobb Deep at the top, Aries right here. So you guys let me know, is this a cool blue? You don't got Leo. I didn't do Leo. Ain't no Leo groups on this one. This is not a linear astrology. This is the dope groups. I'm not gonna choose a Leo group that I don't like just to put it on the shirt. These are all the dope. This is the beginning of the 90s. The first shirt was the 80s. This is the beginning of the 90s. Most of these groups are before 93. These are all rap groups before 1993. So bam. So you guys let me know if you like the blue. or not, and then I'll put it in the store if you guys like the blue. Yo, Project Rose, appreciate you, bro. He says, Kev, I was watching that Boston game when Kobe scolded them niggas. Straight up, they started screaming MVP like it was Staples Center. Yeah, you remember that, dog? Oh, that was a great time. That's the only reason I don't hate Boston all the way, boy. They understood. They saw greatness. They saw it. They were like, we can't deny you, Kobe. You're the greatest. Goddamn right, goddamn. So shout out to Kobe. Shout out to Kobe Bisselbaum. He says, no Sagittarius. Me, Jay. No Sagittarius. Jay-Z, my Aunt Clarice. Wait, what'd you say? He says, no Sagittarius. Me, Jay-Z, my Aunt Clarice, all Sagittarius. Yo, when the groups come up, I got it. There's another volume coming after this. I don't know. Maybe they're on there. I go by how dope the groups were. I don't just choose a sign because it fits on the shirt. I go by the dopest groups of that era. So these were the dopest groups to me in that era. They was all rocking. So that's the first. So that's that right there. Here's the other version of it. That's the yin yang version. That blue right there. Again, it looks cool. I'm just not a blue person, so I may be biased. That's what I'm saying. So I may be biased. I know most people like blue. I'm just not a lover of blue. So you guys let me know what you think of this one right here. Bam. What you think of that blue right there? He says, well, I don't like Crips or Democrats. So I don't like Crips or Democrats, so I'm with you on the anti-flu. We're not gangbanging in this bitch. That's hilarious. We're not gangbanging up in here, man. So this is how it looks in the white. I couldn't show you on the white because the white background knocks out the text. But this is what the white looks like on the shirt. So this is what it looks like on the shirts. That's the first one, and that's the yin and yang white text right there. So you guys let me know. He says a former Crip allegedly. I didn't gangbang. Them niggas wanted to jump me in. I was too gangster for that. Nope. You want to scrap? What we gonna do? You want to scrap it out? We can scrap it out, but you ain't jumping me in no game. I knew all of them though. I knew everybody. I just wasn't one of them. So, you know UGK, no Moss, no UGK. So that's the first. This is the second of the rap astrology. So again, this is the groups right here: Mobb Deep, Naughty by Nature, Tribe Called Quest, The Roots, Ghetto Boys, Gangstar, X Clan, Das Effects, Black Sheep, and Mobb Deep right there. Bam. So, what do you say? Got to make a red one for Virginia. The red, I do have a red one. That's number 2. Number 2 has the red nebula in the back. That's Rapstrology Volume 2. So if you guys it's Rapstrology Volume 2 right here. Let me show you. So the red one, the red background, if this loads. See, right here. We got the red one right here. I can do it again though, but boom, volume 2. It's already right there, baby. Already right there with Red Man at the top. This is more like it's not necessarily red, it's more like a reddish, pinkish kind of. But I wouldn't want to do necessarily all red in the background. I don't want it to be, I ain't trying to be that crazy with the red. But this one right here is my version of the red one right there. So bam. And then also, we got the Rapstrology group. Excuse me, this is volume 3. Bam. And then we have the groups number 1. Bam. This has also got a little reddish background going also. So that's the Fat Boys, Run DMC, Salt and Pepper, the Beastie Boys, Public Enemy, Eric B and Rakim, De La Soul, EPMD, and Houdini. Right here, bam. So that's also, these are all groups from the 80s. These are all the original groups. They the starters of the whole thing, baby. So then, as you saw, we have then, and this is Rapstrology Groups, Volume 2, right here, bam. That's the Rapstrology version with the words on it, and then the yin and yang. So again, I will put this in the store today based on the comments. If you guys leave the good comment, you like it, that's what's up. Or you must be talking about the other one. You must be talking about volume 2. But if you like volume, if you like this one right here, I'll put it in the store today and you guys can have it. But again, if you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy, you get the whole Police Stop Law package for free. And I will give you the 3 t-shirts, and you can decide on all Rapstrology, the single version, the MC version, 1, 2, or 3, or you can do Rapstrology Groups volumes 1 and 2, as you just saw. So let me know. All right, everybody. Also, make sure you go to patreon.com/realnagas and sign up for the status class level if you want to have 1 foot in the system and 1 foot out. As you can see, it's getting crazy around here. You want to be separate from this corporate government known as United States of America, Inc. And so I'll help you do that. Help you have 1 foot in the system, 1 foot out. See, I'm never this or that. I'm this and that. Never polarized, baby. I take you as you come. If you extend your hand, in peace, I'll shake that hand. If you ball it up into a fist, I'll knock you out. It's either way it goes. I take you as you come. So again, patreon.com/realnagas. Sign up to the status class level. At the highest level, I will give you the paperwork for free when you can explain it. Okay, I will give it to you for free. I have the videos already uploaded to Patreon, about 28 videos. All you can watch on your own at your own leisure. They're about 2.5, 3 hours at minimum. Some of them are about 5 to 6 hours. So it's a lot of information. I also teach you how to write the paperwork yourself. So if you don't necessarily have to get my paperwork, I teach you how to write it for yourself. But if you want my bomb paperwork, if you want the bomb diggity that I did, then you have to be able to explain it. And then I will give you the paperwork for free. So again, patreon.com/realnagas and sign up. Also, you can get into the Police Stop Law class by signing up. If you don't want to volunteer, as I'm about to come up next to Know Your Rights Foundation, you should volunteer because we teach you for free. But if you don't want to volunteer, you can also sign up to patreon.com/realnagas and you can get into the Sunday status classes. I mean, the Police Stop Law classes. But if you want to learn for free, make sure you get over to Know Your Rights Foundation. Get this knowledge.
Every day, high-stress encounters test the trust between communities and authority. Reactive systems respond after harm, costly and too late. KYRF is changing that. Our scalable legal literacy programs equip people and officers to know their rights, reduce escalation, and build lasting. Invest in prevention. Visit KYRF.org and join the movement to reshape public safety, city by city, life by life.
So make sure you sign up as a volunteer, KYRF.org/volunteers. Sign up. We will teach you the law for free. This is where it's going, everybody. You can see this lawfare is coming. Lawfare is coming. And so we're teaching you how to battle within the law. Law runs everything in the world. Law and medicine and finance. Those 3 things, law, medicine, and finance, run everything in the world. But law is the underlying foundation of all of that. Finance they have laws that they have to abide by. So does the medical industry. So if you know the law, that's the very first foundation of everything in a system is the law. What are you able to do and what are you not able to do? So again, we teach you that. And also you got to get on this damn government. If you want to have the government work for you, you need to know how it works. Again, I'm RZA. It's common sense. I master my circumference. Bells of War. One of the dopest songs from Wu-Tang. Also, we got the Woostrology. I have that on its own thing, which is why it's It never gets shown on this one because I have its own page. They so dope. They get their own page. Woo Astrology get their own page right here. Bam. You can see the Woo gang right here. The Woo gods. This is the yin and yang one, yin and yang version. Then we also have the Wu Tang, the Woo Astrology W right here. You can only get this one for free. Again, this is not in the store. You can't order this in the store. You can only get this when you order the great book of Melanin Research right here. For all of you true Woo fans, for all of you true Woo heads right here. So that's how you support Real Nagas. Appreciate you. So we're $20. We had $20 in for the donations. Come on, people. Let's get these donations going. He says, Kev, the Dr. Umar Snow Bunnies was on my Wu-Tang shirt. Felt like a celebrity, son. You stupid. You said the Dr. Umar Wu Bunny. They like it. They like the shirt. Did you tell them where they can get the shirt? You got to tell them where they can get it, dog. Let them know where they can get the goods. All right, everybody, let's jump into it. He said everybody, they was on the shirt. That's what I'm talking about, baby. All right, you guys, let's jump into what's going on. So there was another peace deal. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I got this. Hold on, let me take this down. There was another peace deal that had went off this week. Damn it. There we go. I couldn't pull it off. And guess who stopped it again? Another peace deal shot the shit. By who? Is it our greatest ally? Was it our greatest ally? Hold on, here we go. So check this out.
But kind of proves my point here. Who are the people that are most viciously against this deal going through? Uncle BB, Lindsey Graham, Mark Levine, Ben Shapiro, Mike Johnson.
Every time they get ready to do a deal, that's why you see on the thumbnail, we have your balls, Mr. Trump. Don't make me drop them, Mr. Trump. Oh, Mr. Trump. Oh, I almost dropped the balls, Mr. Trump. Oh, my hand is getting very weak, Mr. Trump. Oh. You see Netanyahu got them balls over Piranha Tank. You see Trump sweating his ass off real quick. Yo, Shannon Ross, Leon Campbell, and Marlon Clark. Also, Jaylene, appreciate you. Thank you guys for the cash apps. Oops.
May the force be with you.
Thank you guys. Oh, you guys don't see the video? You don't see what I'm seeing? Hold on. What the hell's going on? Hold on, let me see. You guys don't see what I'm seeing? All right. Can you see that now? All right, so real quick, let me see where we're on the donations. So we're up to $80 on the donations for today. Thank you, guys. We're up to $80 on the donation. So here we go. You guys weren't seeing what I was seeing. So here we go. All right.
So when I hear, but kind of proves my point here. Who are the people that are most viciously against this deal going through? Uncle BB, Lindsey Graham, Mark Levine, Ben Shapiro, Mike Johnson. So when I hear that, it makes me go, oh, that probably was the best deal that we were going to get. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. And first thing I want to say is happy Memorial Day. I know this is a very somber day for a lot of us, but I also want to remind you that those we lost would want us to get out there, celebrate the day, grill some burgers, have some beers, and honor their memories. Okay, now, what's the story today? So we talked about that peace deal that we thought was pretty silly yesterday. Well, it turns out that was a real deal, and it looks like Donald Trump was really actually considering signing it until he got a phone call from our good friend and pal, Uncle BB, literally screaming at him on the phone to cank the deal, in which then, of course, Donald Trump immediately canked the deal. Now, why do we think that this is probably...
Now, I got TDS, but nothing y'all bitch gets on the phone and tells him, if you do a deal, bitch, I will drop your balls. I will lower them and I will lower your balls in the tank, let the piranha feed, lift them, lower them again. Just do it slowly. I will allow the piranha to eat your balls slowly over days if you do another deal. This nigga's literally being run by a whole nother country, and you think that's cool? Come on, man.
True? Well, because when Lindsey Graham and Mark Levine come out screaming and complaining about the deal, well, you know, it actually probably would have been pretty good. So that's what we're going to talk about in today's video. We're going to take a look at what happened with this. So it turns out Uncle BB sabotaged yet another peace deal. Shocking, I know. So that's what we're going to talk about in today's video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Also, guys, a lot of people saying that they're finding YouTube is unsubscribing them from the channel and not getting notifications. Make sure you sub, hit the notification bell, and then click the button all so you can actually see when I go live. Okay, let's jump into it. Let's talk about it. So it turns out reporting is saying everybody's favorite prime minister reportedly beside himself after furious phone call with President Trump over Iran that left the Israeli leader with his hair on fire. And then, of course, he came out and issued his own statement letting everyone know that the war will not be ending, just publicly stating that, of course, he forced Trump to shut down the deal. And you might be asking, why? Why is this happening? Well, we're going to look at the actual deal here in a second, and we can see exactly why they don't want this to happen. But let's take a look at what he had to say on his own Twitter. So he put this out after we found out that peace deal was canked, and he said, I spoke with President Trump last night about the memorandum of understanding to reopen Strait of Hormuz and the upcoming negotiations for a final agreement on Iran's nuclear program. I expressed my deep appreciation to Trump, yada, yada, yada. Here's where it gets interesting. President Trump and I agreed that any final agreement with Iran must eliminate the nuclear danger. That means dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment sites and removing...
The nuclear danger is eliminated. They're not trying to make a nuclear... This is the same bullshit they keep pulling over and over again. Knowing Iran doesn't want a nuclear bomb, but they can't take they want to take Iran's power or ability to use nuclear power to boost their infrastructure. And they're like, no, motherfucker, we're going to use nuclear power just like the rest of the civilized world to boost our infrastructure. Power, power trains, power, the power plants, all the rest of that. Like, we're going to use this to build up our country. And they're like, no, you're not going to do that. And they know that's a poison pill in the deal, that Iran won't just give up completely their nuclear aspiration, meaning their infrastructural nuclear aspirations. Meaning we're going to build up our nuclear plan to make sure that we have a civilized, up-to-date running, country. And they're like, no, you can't do that. Like, what the fuck you mean we can't do that? So they know that's the cutoff for the deal. And so they keep telling Trump to say this shit out in the open when they know it's bullshit. So they keep ruining the deal. And then when they got ready to make the deal, bitch ass Netanyahu bitch, he went and bombed Lebanon again. So part of the main part of the deal is you need to leave Lebanon alone. And Netanyahu bitch is like, no, we're not going to do that. Lebanon had nothing to do with this goddamn war whatsoever. But they keep talking about Hezbollah is Iran and Hezbollah are teamed up, and they're using Hezbollah in Lebanon to bomb Israel. No, bitch, they're bombing your ass because you bombing everybody else. These motherfuckers is crazy. So that's the poison pill in the deal.
The enriched nuclear material of understanding to reopen Strait of Hormuz and the upcoming negotiations toward a final agreement on Iran's nuclear program. I expressed my deep appreciation to Trump, yada, yada, yada. Here's where it gets interesting. President Trump and I agreed that any final agreement with Iran must eliminate the nuclear danger. That means dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment sites and removing the enriched nuclear material from its territory. Okay. President Trump also reaffirmed our greatest ally's right to defend itself against threats on every front, including Lebanon. Wow. Well, that's going to be important because that's the obvious deal breaker. We already know that. And the very final one, my policy, like Trump's, remains unchanged. They will not their weapons. So yes, BB coming out and saying essentially there will never, ever be a deal. as long as he's in charge. So that's great. But let's look at the actual deal that was being floated and why MAGA again started to crash out over the idea of this deal going through. So of course, President Trump, Taco Trump, chickened out and got bullied by Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, and Bibi into not signing or agreeing to this deal. Let's take a look at it. All right. So the U.S.-Iran Memorandum of Understanding included a 60-day ceasefire. Ships can go through Hormuz, no toll. U.S. lifts the blockade and into the conflict. Iran sells oil and gets some sanctions release, aka $25 billion, and potential negotiations on the nuclear program. Things that remained unclear: the Lebanon front, which we just saw what Bibi had to say about that. Who controls the strait? And will our greatest ally be bound by the ceasefire? Yeah. So honestly, now that we see it, pretty good deal to get us out of this catastrophe and unfuck the global economy, and that basically both sides agree to go their separate ways. And yes, Iran has the sanctions lifted on them. They're going to be reimbursed $25 billion of sanctioned money. It's essentially their own money. They get a freely trade gas. Everybody gets to use the strait again. Seems like a pretty good deal, right? Well, how come Bibi and Lindsey Graham and Mark Levine all crashed out over this deal then? Well, that's because the deal doesn't include any of these. No agreement they have to denuclearize, no regime change. They don't have to destroy the ballistic missile program. They don't have to achieve zero enrichment, nor do they have to give up any of their highly enriched uranium. So why do they hate that deal? Well, because essentially it leaves Iran stronger than where we started in this conflict. All the sanctions are going to be relieved off of them. They're going to be reimbursed their money. They don't have to give up anything. The regime stays in power. Great deal for Iran. And honestly, at this point, sadly, kind of the best deal for the United States too, because we're not going to achieve any of those things on the list without a massive full-scale ground invasion where we probably sacrifice 100 to 200,000 American lives lost. Get ready for that for the next Memorial Day. So yes, now we understand that it actually looked like a pretty good fucking deal for everybody. And that's, of course, why MAGA and Bibi had to shut it down. And Donald Trump, of course, can't make any of his own decisions. And so Trump immediately said this after that phone call. Yes, per our greatest ally, Trump told Bibi he won't sign a final deal without dismantling Iran's nuclear program and extracting all the enriched uranium, which again, we'll never be able to do without a full-scale ground invasion and a regime change. And that's why
Trump is gone, man. Trump has lost his goddamn mind. And we're going to talk about that in a second, but Trump is gone.
these conditions are being set so that the conflict essentially never ends for the next 20 plus years. And this is exactly what they want. Another protracted 20 plus year conflict in the Middle East that completely destabilizes the region. So our greatest ally can become the hegemonic superpower of the region. Great. Nice. Hopefully America will use another $10 trillion to achieve that for them. Now, this was yesterday's whiplash because we're getting used to this. All right. So 7 a.m. We're about to sign a deal. Great. 2 hours later, we're going to blow up Iran. 3 hours later, Iran can become a great nation again. Reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Then he gets a call from Bibi and decides at 4 p.m., no uranium, deal off. And again,
look at this. Look at how he's controlled by it. Look at, god damn. I mean, this nigga is a straight puppet. This nigga is Fraggle Rock. He is Fraggle Rock and what's the Jim Henson, the Muppets? This nigga is Fraggle Muppet. Muppet Rock. That's what we need to call this nigga, Muppet Rock. This nigga is Fraggle Rock and the Muppets combined.
We should talk about who was against this deal because, of course, it's the usual suspects. So breaking, our greatest ally, officials, influencers, and media, Lindsey Graham, Mike Pompeo, and Mark Levine are all advising Trump not to take the current deal. And with a nice little Seinfeld meme here, the fact that you oppose this makes me think I'm onto something. And of course, let's see them all crashing out about this deal. Mark Levine says, you don't sideline an ally who fought alongside a major military operation. Well, they didn't fight alongside us. We've been fighting it for them. They've been busy in Lebanon, Gaza.
So, bitch real and the bitch real ball garglers in the Trump administration fucking it over again. This is crazy. So bitch real wants to have America in a perpetual war forever until America falls. Bitch real's whole goal is to destroy America. That's their whole goal. Trump can really give a shit. All that America first bullshit was bullshit. This nigga about to die in the next 10 years. Trump gonna be dead. When the next 10 years, Trump gonna be dead. That nigga, this nigga may not live the next couple years. Keep on eating fucking McDonald's and drinking Diet Coke. Apparently, that's really fucking with him. We're gonna talk about that in a second too. But this motherfucker doesn't care. So he doesn't care if bitch real destroys America. He won't be here. He don't give a shit. If bitch real, his family's rich, so it won't affect them. They can do anything they want still. They can move anywhere in the world they want. All the people in the Trump administration, they don't give a fuck. They can move anywhere they want. It's only going to be bad for Americans. And bitch real knows that America has to die and fall, or at least fall, for them to rise and be the superpower in the world. They really want to be the superpower in the world. A little place the size of fucking New Jersey wants to be the superpower in the world, which is why they keep trying to take over everybody else's land. So this is the real goal of bitch real, is to destroy America. You can see it if you're just watching what they're doing. You can see every fucking thing they do is adverse to America. So you can see they don't give a shit about America at the very least, but at the most, they're trying to destroy America. And this bitch ass motherfucker is just going right along with it. Either they cloned him out, they swapped him out, swapped the real Trump out with a clone, or they done drugged this nigga or something, or they got this nigga terrified of them killing him. That's what this shit is. So, again, when Trump does good shit, I call it out. When he do fucked up shit, fuck that nigga. Straight up, nigga. I ain't for nobody. I ain't on nobody's side. I'm on my side. I'm on the universe's side. Let me take that back. I'm on the universe's side. Universal law side. That's who I love. Says Israel and or Benjamin are being led by fallen angels, bringing out the end times. I don't know about that. You call fallen angels. Damn it, man! What the fuck? Yo, this StreamYard is tripping today, so we'll see what's going on. If you call the Rothschilds fallen angels, then they're being ran by the Rothschilds. That's who's running this whole thing. They run Trump. They bailed Trump out of his bankruptcy in the 90s, and they're the ones who run the Likud party in Israel. Those are the people who are in power in Israel. They go by parties. So the Likud party, which is Vitriol's party, and he needs his whole party behind him for them to have power. It's ran by the Rothschilds. They're the major motherfuckers behind it. So those are the people truly with the hand up Trump's ass. is those bitches. This clone he is, Dick Gregory said he was a clone. Hey, who knows? It definitely could be. But it's obvious he's a plant. He's some type of agent for Khazarian. So moving along, then Trump made a stipulation for another stipulation for the deal that all of the other Muslim countries had to sign on to the Abraham Accords. If you don't know what the Abraham Accords are, the Abraham Accords are a deal that basically where all the Muslim countries have to basically really is them bowing down and ball gargling Israel. On the surface, it's them agreeing to trade, to be non-hostile to Vitriol, to agree to trade and all this and that type of stuff. Really, it's an agreement to be ran by Israel, so that Israel can be the major superpower in that region. That's what the Abraham Accords are. Bow down, bend down, and ball gargle Israel's balls. They're matzo balls. So this fool, though, says this week. Check this out. This nigga is crazy. And remember, this has nothing to do with America. Everything he's asking has nothing to do with America. This is nothing. Is no benefit whatsoever for America. Check this shit out.
Is now demanding that Middle Eastern countries, Trump is now demanding that Middle Eastern countries sign the Abraham Accords, which is a deal that normalizes relations with Israel, as part of the U.S.-Iran deal. What? So he wants Middle Eastern countries to normalize with Israel, Saudi Arabia, all these other countries throughout the Middle East. He wants them to normalize with Israel in order for us to have a peace agreement with Iran. So basically anything Israel wants, Israel gets. This is a deal for Israel. This has nothing to do with America. This isn't about America first. This isn't about opening up the Strait of Hormuz. This isn't about even economic suffering. Now it's just anything Israel wants. He's trying to leverage anything he possibly can for the state of Israel. This is absolutely unbelievable. Watch this.
Right. Barack Hussein Obama, what a horrible agreement that was. It was a setback for this country, for the whole world. The Middle East would have blown itself up. No, I would like to have the countries we were talking about, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and the others. We'd like to have them immediately join the, and see Witkoff is working on that with Jared and some others, but we'd like to have them join the Abraham Accords. It'll be historic if they do it. I think they owe that to us, to be honest. I think because that really would be a tremendous sign. And I think
the Muslim countries owe America the signing on to the Abraham Accords, which has nothing to do with America. How the fuck does the other Muslim countries giving up all of their sovereignty over to Bitreal, how does that help America? And how the fuck do they owe that to America when they've allowed you to set up bases in their country? And then when they were attacked, you didn't help them. You let their countries get blown the fuck up by Iran, but now they owe you? Get the fuck out of here. If I'm one of them goddamn crooks, get the fuck out of here, bitch. That's what you're getting from me. Straight up.
Countries owe it to us. Steve, are you going to get them to sign?
We're definitely pushing it, Mr. President.
I'm not sure we should make the deal if they don't sign. You want to know the truth? If they don't sign to join the Abraham Accords, I don't know that we have countries in there already. UAE, great countries, bold countries, and it's turned out to be so good, so effective, and so we're requesting strongly that they join. It'll be great. It'll be great for Saudi Arabia. It'll be great for Qatar, Kuwait, the whole group.
So the Iran deal might be contingent on more countries joining.
I don't know. I don't want to say that. I'm not going to give you what's contingent, what's not. I can say that we can make a good deal right now, but maybe not a great deal. And if it's not a great deal, we're not making it because we can make.
If it's not a great deal, meaning if they don't sign on, which would make it a great deal, we're not going to do it. You're going to hold the war over their heads. Why would they give a shit? So really what he's doing is he knows if America and Bitreal goes back to war with Iran, he knows that Iran is going to take it out on those countries. He knows that because they have American bases in those countries. So if America or Bitreal strikes Iran, they're going to just launch more missiles at those countries who support this nigga, who support America or United States, not America. Remember, there's two different things. United States and America are two different entities. United States is the bitch, evil devil government. America is the people. So again, United States has bases all over there. They know that pisses off Iran, and they know Iran is going to strike those bases or those countries with the bases in them if they go back to war with Iran. And so he's holding that over their head. We might. Oh, damn. It'd be a shame. It'd be a shame if we had to go back to war with the niggas who want to blow you up. And it would be crazy. Am I crazy? It would be a damn shame, I think, if we went back to war with Iran and they just happened to take it out on. I'm not pointing at anybody specific. Not pointing at anybody specific. They was take it out on like, bitch, this nigga is low key, low jabbing them. That's some bullshit.
Make a great deal with this guy right here, and but it's it's a lot nastier. Probably wouldn't go as quickly. We wouldn't be talking about it as quickly, but it would be foolproof. But I think we're doing very well, Steve. I think we're doing pretty well in terms of the negotiation. But we'll see.
I mean, the first thought in my mind is just, you are the worst president we've ever had. Every other president at least didn't get talked into a war with Iran. I mean, they weren't stupid enough to get talked into a war with Iran. And for this bozo to get into that war, thinking that he could just get it over with really quickly. For one, what makes you think, Israel took 40 years to talk us into a war with Iran, 40 years. And do you think they're going to let the war end in a mere 4 weeks or 4 months or even 4 years? No. Israel took a long time to get us into this war. They will take a long time to get us out of this war. And clearly someone is whispering stupid ideas into his brain, telling him, oh, but you know what? Actually, what we should do is we should attach on these Abraham Accords, which have nothing to do with the United States of America at all. These are just a series of agreements that establish diplomatic normalization between a variety of Middle Eastern countries and Israel, securing diplomatic and economic and trade ties between them and Israel, not with the United States of America, nothing to do with Americans. And now we're going to add that on while Americans are suffering and while the Strait of Hormuz is closed and while we've got troops out in the Middle East ready to risk their lives because Israel demands it.
Then this nigga, not only that, the Strait of Hormuz is shared with two countries, with Iran and Oman. So Iran and Oman, right? So Iran they can take the deal, international deal says they can have 14 miles. They can take control over the Strait of Hormuz 14 miles off from their shore. Then the Strait of Hormuz is like 28 miles apart, right? So then Oman, they get to take the other 14, right? So Trump, this bitch ass nigga Trump, and Iran is an ally of America. They're a United States ally. This nigga said that he may have to blow them up. Like, what are you talking about? You have no control. You have no claim to that damn strait whatsoever. That's another part of the world. But you're talking about you're gonna blow up your own ally if they don't help you open up the strait. What the fuck? This nigga's insane. Anything for bitch real. This has now become America against bitch real. Straight up. The war, the major threat to America over anybody, even China, is bitch real. And this nigga is full throat ball gargling. Straight, he is full throatedness of his ball garglization. It's insane. So, moving along. I mean, this is insane. So, moving along. Did Donald Trump have a stroke this week? Talking about this nigga's health. That's what I'm saying. This nigga's health seems like it's on the fritz. Like he's almost out of here. And he's almost, it seems like it. I ain't saying he is. I'm just saying it seems like he could almost be out of here, which is why he doesn't really care about what happens to America. Check this out. Damn. This thing is, my computer running slow as hell. All right, here we go.
Had a stroke. Well, I don't know. A little bit going on with the war. A couple weird stories here and there. We'll talk a little bit about that shooting at the White House and the weird stuff with that. I feel like my mom.
Hold on. Here we go. God damn. Hold up.
Let's talk about Trump's missing. Somebody said, "Fake Nate, we can see the mask." We are going to talk about that story as well tonight. If you guys haven't seen, yes, the man on Fox News in the mask. That was pretty weird. But we are going to talk about that pretty early in the show as well. All right, first thing we're going to do, we're going to talk about this guy. And what are the odds that the rumors are true, that he is missing because he had a stroke? Well, I'm just going to show some pictures here. So this is from 3 days ago.
This nigga don't look
This
good.
is a real picture, by the way. Let's just all take a gander at some of these photos.
Look at, god damn. This nigga look like he got 1 foot in the grave and 1 foot on a banana peel. And the banana peel is sitting on a oil slick marble floor. Like, god damn, this nigga is almost out of here. By the way, he looked. This people is the way he eats. This is his food consumption. This was got him looking like this. When you eat nothing but McDonald's and Diet Coke your whole goddamn life, this is what you gonna look like when you get his age. He can look so much better if he didn't eat like this. However, he does. This is food, everybody. Bad eating, bad living. He doesn't drink, doesn't do drugs, so it's not that. This is all food. This is all fucking bad food. So here we go.
Just to see how he's doing, right? Just to see how he's doing. Again, this is not AI. This is an actual picture that was taken 3 days ago. We're going to look at a lot of pictures that are, kind of, well, let's just take a look. Here's another one. This is a real picture, by the way. Another real picture. Just things to think about on how well this guy is doing.
What the hell's going on with this nigga's eyes? This nigga eyes looking nigga, your eyes worse than mine. What the fuck? This nigga eyes looking way the fuck over here while this eye is looking way. How the hell do you get that? Your eye going this way and then your eye going all the way up this way. What the fuck? This nigga's a magician?
And what are the odds that he potentially, again, is struggling? All right, here's some more pictures. Some just things to think about. This is from 2 weeks ago. As you can see, he is, there's his hands, there's his neck, just not looking great. Not looking great. Always asleep. We're going to talk.
Yo, look at this. This nigga is bruising all over the place. Bruising on his neck and whatnot. Yo, either he doing some evil blood rituals or some shit behind the scenes, allegedly, or this nigga, he could be close to being out of here. This is crazy.
Talk about that as well. Now, we'll get to the reporting about what happened. So, yes, Donald Trump was apparently rushed to the hospital for the third time this year. And I can provide some pretty interesting context to this about why this actually is so bizarre. Okay, a lot of people are going to try to tell you, oh, it's just regular checkups at the doctor. No, presidents don't go to Walter Reed for regular checkups at the doctor. Do you guys know why they don't go to Walter Reed for regular checkups with the doctor and annual physicals? Anybody know before I give the game up on why they don't do that? It's not something crazy. It's not complicated. It's super basic.
He said he got a nasty.
Anybody know why they don't go to the hospitals for these things? Yeah, somebody just said it. There's literally a fucking doctor in the White House. Okay, and I can tell you, I can confirm this. I was given a private tour, not me, just me. My entire Special Forces ODA was given a private tour of the White House. We got to see all the stuff, the Situation Room, all the coolest shit that you don't get to see because, well, one of our former teammates just happened to work at the White House. And so we were given a private tour. We got to see everything. And guess what we got to go see? The fucking doctor's office in the White House. So they took us in, full doctor's office, okay? Dental, they got everything in there. The only thing they don't have is much higher levels of care, okay? So if you had maybe had a stroke or a heart attack or something serious, you're going to go to Walter Reed for that. So that's why him being rushed to Walter Reed is not fucking normal. Right? If this is, they're trying to say already this is a regular checkup, but no, that's not how it works at the White House. Okay, but here's the actual reporting. Bunch of channels covered this already, so we'll get the actual reporting here. We'll use Kyle's video for this one, and then we'll talk more about it
as well. Okay, let's go ahead and dive right in, Steve. So this is a big deal, and nobody's talking about it, but Trump has now returned to the hospital for a third time in 13 months as ex-White House doctors sound the alarm. Okay, so here's what they say. Donald Trump is heading to the hospital for the third time in 13 months, a frequency that has medical experts questioning the 79-year-old's physical condition and mental fitness for office. The president is scheduled to visit Walter Reed Medical Center on Tuesday for a medical and dental checkup. He previously saw doctors in April 2025.
Keep in mind, he's not going to Walter Reed for a regular medical and dental checkup. That's done at the White House.
For his annual physical exam before returning in October for a, quote, scheduled follow-up. Now, let me pause to point out, remember when he got an MRI and they called it a routine MRI, which, by the way, is not a thing. There's no such thing.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a routine MRI. You guys know that.
No. There's a routine MRI. Then they asked Trump, what part of your body did they MRI? And his reaction was, I don't know, but definitely not the brain, which immediately leads me to believe, of course, it's the brain.
Yep.
Which then begs the question, what's going on up there? Okay, because we know he's physically deteriorating, mentally deteriorating. We know his dad had Alzheimer's and died with it. Okay, which makes him much more likely to get Alzheimer's because it runs in his family. And here we are acting like everything's okay as a literal madman who's losing his mind is dragging us into World War III and crashing the global economy and protecting pedophiles and launching a new war seemingly every other week. This is astonishing, the place we're at right now.
Yep.
And so these questions become more and more important when you see the gravity of the decisions that the Trump regime is making. The latest visit comes as Trump has appeared at public events with a growing number of bruises and red marks on his skin, including on his neck and hands. The public is taking notice too. Just 40% of Americans believe Trump has the mental sharpness to serve as president.
All right, so this is where we're going to pause for a second. That's going to be the first poll of the night. 40% of Americans. 40% of Americans. We are going to...
Trump may be out of here, people. You never know. Looks like Trump may be out of here. That's what it's looking like. So, but he was seen at after this story came out, though. He was seen at a couple of news conferences, and he had the paint. He had paint on his hand. Let me see if they show that right here. Wait. Where is the paint on his hand? Right there. Check this out. So this is his hands, and you can see paint on his hand.
They just plaster on his hands and his common things that someone who has a stroke has. Now, also just the bizarre bruising, right? This is another one.
Absolutely crazy. And the vicious, violent.
They're trying to hide it. You can see all of the makeup that they just plaster on his hands and his neck now.
I mean, nobody wants to have a rant, or anybody, but nobody wants to have a rant with a nuclear, because these people are crazy. They're absolutely crazy. And they're vicious, violent. I mean, you
can see his whole hand is just caked and covered in makeup. Now, what is that from? That's from IVs, bruises. Really common spot to get your IVs, especially for older people, because your veins aren't great in the rest of your body, right? So in your ditches and your normal places, you're going to get IVs. Elderly people, their veins, very, very difficult to find. So they're typically going to do it in your hands, okay, for your IVs. So he's very clearly getting regular IVs of something. What could that be? A lot of people think it's dementia medication. That would actually check out. That's from what dementia.
So Trump around here trying to blow up the world with dementia. I mean, maybe it's because he got dementia that he allowing Netanyahu to dig up his butt so goddamn far that he's squeezing his goddamn his fucking kidneys. But goddamn, this is not all. None of this is good for America. The United States is on the goddamn. You got that dude running the government, and he again looks like he's on a rocket ship to hell. But then, not only that, while he's doing that, even though he's doing all of that, and could be, he's still doing fuckery. He's still doing fuckery behind the scenes because he just threatened. Well, he didn't threaten. He actually pulled this on on Kenya. Remember, I told you how he wanted to take over Kenya's. He wanted to take over Kenya's their mineral rights. He wanted to take over Kenya's mineral rights. Then he told them that we won't treat anybody for HIV in Kenya unless y'all sign over your mineral rights. And so Kenya told him the EAD. Now, eat a dick, nigga. They told him straight up EAD. So then he pulled that back because he got so much backlash from that. So then he just implemented another stipulation in Kenya where he said that anybody who's getting treated for Ebola, because now they have surprisingly some Ebola outbreak just pops off over there. And then he says, you can't get treated for Ebola at any facility over there unless you're American. So he's holding out on the Ebola care until Kenya signs over their mineral rights. This nigga's crazy. Check it out.
Turning now to Ebola in Africa. The Trump administration confirms it is working to set up a quarantine facility in Kenya. White House officials told reporters today it will be open tomorrow. It will be open only for Americans who were exposed to or infected with the deadly illness. At least 223 people are believed to have died from Ebola in the Democratic Republic of Congo. That number, of course, is expected to grow. I want to bring in CBS News medical correspondent Dr. Celine Gown.
So look, check it out.
Facility in Kenya. White House officials told reporters today it will be open tomorrow. It will be open only for Americans who were exposed to or infected with the deadly illness. At least 223 people are believed to have died from Ebola in the Democratic Republic of Congo. That number, of course, is expected to grow. I want to bring in CBS News medical correspondent Dr. Celine Gown. As you know, and we discuss this every time, she's an infectious disease specialist who spent time in Guinea as an Ebola aid worker during the West African pandemic. Dr. Gown, help my audience understand what you make of and what those in this space perceive about the either benefits or the risks of putting a facility in Kenya and not bringing any American who's suspected of being infected home for treatment here.
So this facility in Kenya will have treatment, monoclonal antibodies, which may or may not work against this variant, this species of Ebola, antivirals, respiratory support. But medevac planes can actually deliver all of that in the air. What the planes cannot do, so dialysis, mechanical ventilation, heart-lung bypass machines, the quarantine unit in Kenya will not be able to do either. On the other hand, American biocontainment units at places like Emory, Nebraska, Bellevue, and other facilities across the country, they can provide that higher level of care. So the administration is essentially sending Americans who get infected with Ebola to a middle tier of care when they could go straight to the best back home. And they're also saying that if Americans need a higher level of care, they will be sent to facilities in Europe. They haven't yet identified what those facilities would be. And the plan is already facing resistance on the ground, not just from aid workers and specialists like myself who are concerned that this will discourage people from going over to assist, but also on the ground, the Kenya's doctors union is threatening a nationwide strike, and you have a legal challenge that has been filed in Kenya's highest court.
And the Kenyan concern is this facility, if it's there, should be available, I'm gathering, to everyone, not just Americans. I think that's point one. Point two, is there a history ever, Dr. Gown, of a situation where the American government said an American cannot come home for treatment of any kind of disease?
Yeah, so this is, there are questions about the constitutionality of this.
They're trying to hold them. They're trying to say that you have to be treated in. So this is fucked up also for the Americans over there, because now they'll treat you at the American facility for Ebola, but you got to stay your ass over there. You need to stay your ass over in Kenya if you want to get You can't bring your bitch ass over here. Yo, real quick, shout out to you, boy. Thank you, man. Dwayne Hicks, appreciate you, bro. Always hooking me up every week. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, sir. We're at 180 for the day on the donations. 180, guys. You know we got the goal every week for the donations, so appreciate you for helping me reach the goal, everybody. So, yeah. And so now you can only, so this is some fucked up shit. You can only, if you're American, we'll treat you only over there. You can't bring your ass over here. If you're African, you get no treatment. And that's only because Kenya won't bow down and give up the minerals. So this dude is doing some international fuckery. This is this is what is this? International extortion. This is extortion.
So your part of your liberties as an American citizen is freedom of travel, and this might possibly violate the Fifth Amendment. So there are real concerns about, it may not be a ban on paper, but if the U.S. government is the only way you can get back, and they are not providing you with the way to get back, in essence, it is a ban from travel back to the U.S.
Talk to the audience, my audience, Dr. Gounder, about screening at airports. Where is it happening? What does it mean? And what kind of protection does it provide?
So there are 4 airports now. So Dulles, Atlanta, JFK, and Houston. With Ebola, the incubation period is up to 21 days. So somebody could pass through the airport, be incubating the infection, pass a temperature screen, and develop symptoms a week or even longer later. So screening will only catch the rare traveler who already has symptoms, many of whom just wouldn't want to fly because they feel so sick. It misses everybody in the incubation window. So it's one layer, but it's not going to stop an epidemic. And so
real quick, don't be scared of this Ebola bull crap. I showed you last week. Where's my, dang it. Where's my damn? I think I used it up. I think I might have used it up, but I did order another one. Let's see. If I can't even open this damn thing. Let me see. Dang it. I can't. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see. Here we go. So make sure. Let me show you. Make sure you guys stock up. You need to stock up on this right here. Oops. If I can open this one. Make sure you stock up. Yeah, I just got my box right here. Make sure you stock up. Just got me a whole new batch. And believe me, I'm trying to tell you, this works like gangbusters. Knocks it out. Bam. Get you one of these, as I got. But again, go to One Silver Solution USA. One Silver Solution USA.com and hook it up. They will hook you up. Sorta nano. It's called nano silver. Has a patent on it. You look on the back, it has a patent. You can go to the patent office in America and read the whole patent for how they created that silver. So it's not like any other type of silver. They got a patent on this. You can go read the patent at the patent office and what they did and how much better it is for your body. So don't be frightened, but Trump is committing extortion. He's trying to extort Africa for their minerals, for their goods. Again, excuse me, this doesn't sound like anything new. How many times have all of these Caucasian countries, they've extorted Africa for all of their resources? France, in that perpetual, they had that perpetual, perpetual contract? What is it? Contract for perpetual occupation, where now they had to give up 85% of their GDP. Most of the countries in Africa have to give up 85% of their GDP to France. That's insane. 85% of their money goes to France. Then France invests that money, them billions, and makes trillions off of that money and Africa gets nothing. And then they left military bases in Africa just in case Africa wanted to start tripping and said, fuck this deal. So they left military bases just in case, motherfucker. We got this deal, bitch. Just in case. Don't you start tripping, nigga. You understand? Don't start tripping around here on this deal. We got a deal, don't we? Don't we? Yes. We yes, deal, yes. Nigga, as long as you got that gun to their head, nigga, the deal is in. And that's why France, though, that karma is coming back on France. If you watched how France was getting in, they called invaded, but all the immigrants started flooding France. All these African immigrants started flooding France. And now the number one baby name in France and also Britain is Muhammad. So karma comes back, baby. This is karma. You did that to their countries. You didn't think that was going to happen to your countries? We're just going to be able to rape and rob their country, and then none of that's going to come back. Same thing with America. They've been raping and robbing everyone else's country for so damn long. Then now all you got all these people from all these other countries that America has destabilized come back into this country and like, hey, nigga, we'd be cool if you wasn't robbing us. If you wasn't robbing us blind of our resources, bitch. So now we got to be over here with you. So karma is real. And no pun intended. But karma is real, though. So moving along. Hold on, let me see if I can find this. So this chick right here, if I can pull it up, since they remapped all the districts, especially in what was it? They remapped the districts in most of the Republican states. Not most, but some of the Republican states. They remapped the districts. And Florida had one of them. They remapped the district in Florida because the Supreme Court said they could do it. But this is before the Supreme Court even did it. They were allowed to do it. And this chick, her district got wiped out. This Khazarian chick, she's a she's a Khazarian, Israeli or New Khazarian ball gargler. And all she does is pushes for bitch real. Now she's a woke Femocrat. And so she also preaches that woke Femocrat, the super leftist side. But right now, what she did is because her district got wiped out. This is all she was basically representing a bunch of those Democratic Zionists. She ran now in the black district. She's like, oh, my district got wiped out. Niggas are dumb. They think that bitch real is cool. Now, not really. No one really thinks that, but that's what she thinks. That okay, I'm gonna go run for them. We're cool, right? Khazarians and brothers and sisters, we good, right? I can run and you'll vote for me, even though I'm not gonna do shit for you. I'm not gonna do shit for your people, only for my people. So check this out.
Resident Karen tries to run in majority black district. What are you doing? What are you doing? Debbie Wasserman Schultz's decision to run for Florida's 20th congressional district is drawing sharp criticism from several black Democratic leaders and candidates already in that race. District 20 seat is currently vacant after former Congresswoman Sheila Sherflis McCormick resigned. Remember, she was facing that legal battle, congressional ethics investigation, so she bolted. Wasserman Schultz, meantime, in Congress for more than 20 years, most famously known for blocking Bernie Sanders on behalf of Hillary Clinton, chose to run in a safe blue seat where a Democrat is all but guaranteed to win in the general election instead of in one of the surrounding districts, newly drawn to favor Republicans. Wasserman Schultz lives in Florida's new 22nd district, which stretches from Coral Springs to Marco Island.
So I'm going to steal all of the votes from the niggas and then give it over to bitch real. That's what's going to happen. She's going to get elected, and anything bitch real wants, they get. That's what's gonna happen. None of the niggas who voted for will get shit. Everything will be exactly the same, maybe even worse in your district, and bitch real will get everything. This is where it's going.
Previous voters were split 5 ways in Florida's new voting maps, but only a small portion of them were drawn into the 20th district. Critics say she chose to take her $2.5 million war chest to an easier Democratic-leaning district to ensure her own political power. Miami Herald with the reporting here. Sheriff McCormick, who is also running, said voters in the district are questioning Wasserman Schultz's reasons for entering the race. You should run where you feel like you're most compatible. Today I watched the video and a lot of my constituents sent it. And the one question they asked is, what is her why? Why this district? Why us? Sheriff McCormick also questioned whether Wasserman Schultz has used her political influence to help the district because she has clout. Sheriff McCormick said, have you ever used that clout to help the people, or have you used that clout against the people? CBS News, with quotes there. Elijah Manley, another candidate in the race, said he is not dropping out and that Wasserman Schultz should reconsider her decision. You're not the candidate of choice for our community, Manley said. To ignore that and run anyway just shows you do not respect Black voices. You do not respect the Black community.
Now, usually I don't give a shit about race and voting, but with this right here, you got bitch real, you got a bitch real agent in office. She's been in office perpetually for over the last 20 some odd years now. It's time for her to go. And yes, she's with the pizza peeps. She was Hillary Clinton's right-hand chick. So if she was Hillary Clinton's right-hand chick, what was she doing? What was her and Hillary? What was her and Hillary? What was her and Hillary doing? I'm just saying. I ain't, just saying, what was her and Hillary? Come hithery. Come hithery. What were they doing? Just saying.
Candidate Dr. Rudolph Moyes also criticized Wasserman Schultz's decision, saying it sends the wrong message to Democrats all over Florida. We are the party of working people, the party of inclusion, Moyes said in a statement. This district was not created as a political fallback option. And then former Broward County Commissioner Dale Holness, who is also running, said the race is creating division within the Democratic Party. Corey Shearer, head of Broward's Democratic Black Caucus. Shearer and Wasserman Schultz's decision to enter the race is viewed by many as a setback for Black political representation. We said don't run, and we said it loudly because people don't listen to you unless you talk in those terms, Shearer said. We're going to continue to talk to each other. And what we're saying is we prefer for you not to run.
Now, are these melanated Congress people or these melanated political people? They're going to do anything for the... Nope. They're not going to do anything either. It just looks better having one of them as the representative of that district because they're melanated and the district is melanated. But they're not going to do anything either. They're going to give their vote over, or the district's vote over, to bitch real too. See, this is a scam. They're whining and crying about her being a Khazarian running for a Black district, but y'all gonna bow down and bend the knee too, just the same. Y'all not gonna do shit. Y'all gonna act like you're gonna get some programs and some shit, try to get some shit done for that community. Nothing's gonna happen. Nobody's gonna vote on it because you're not gonna get the rich people to vote on it and make it anything. You just get to drop the bills and make it look like you're doing something, knowing damn well that bill ain't gonna go nowhere because you're not gonna get the rich people. Who are the rich people in Florida? The Khazarians, which is why she's like, yo, you need to let me run because if y'all want anything done in this bitch, it's the Khazarians that get it done, and I'm one of them. So if you want anything done in your goddamn community, you might want to elect me because otherwise you don't get shit done with the melanated people. So that's her take on it. With me, you may get a little something because I got a little push and leeway with the people who really run shit. These niggas do not. Y'all can't get shit done. What have you got done since you've been in office? None. Me though, I can talk to my people. So the people who are in that district gotta weigh that out. You ain't getting shit with either one, really. You may get a little bit more if you vote with the Khazarian, because she has pulled with the Khazarians who run everything. But voting for these niggas, you still ain't getting shit. Voting for them niggas. You said, yep, scamism. Yep. That's exactly what that shit is. So again, you got to be aware, man. You guys got to be aware. You got to be involved. You got to wake up. The system not going to work for you if you don't understand the system or how the system works. That's just how, that's the fact. We're so apathetic to how everything is run. We just sit back and like, oh, ain't nothing going to happen for us. No way. So why get involved? That's what they want you to do. They want you to sit around and not be involved. Now, again, international or national elections, they're much more manipulatable than local elections. You should be involved locally in your whatever's going on in your area, because it's going to affect you at some point in time. That shit is going to affect you. And so probably in an adverse and a negative way. And then you sit around and say, well, did I have a chance to do something about it? If you are still in the system and you're giving your money and your taxes over to that system, get something back from that shit. Don't just give them all your money and then get nothing back and sit back and be like, oh, well, fuck it. They ain't gonna do nothing for us no way. So shit, why the hell should we get involved? No, they ain't gonna do shit as long as you got that mentality. Just showed you last week the Gateway Project about how the CIA understands that the universe is mental. It's all mind. So whatever you put out into the universe mentally is what you get back. If you say, I can run this system and take this shit over, you put that out into the universe, that's what you'll get back. But you got to put the actions also forward for that to happen. But if you keep putting out, oh, the system, fuck the system don't want me, the system hate us, the system, blah, 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 the system is racist, the system, what do you think you keep doing? What do you think you're going to get back in the universe is all you doing is putting out negative shit into the universe. The universe is going to hand you that shit right back. This is what you want. Again, you are the creator of your reality, of your universe. And the CIA even knows this shit. Broke this shit off that came out in the 50s, and they put it out to you in the public in the 70s. And no one still knows this shit. White people know. Caucasians know. They've been doing this shit. They've been working it. But what happens if you, melanated people, who have the power of absorbing frequencies and energies and transmuting that energy into anything you want? Caucasians can do it too, just not on a greater scale because they don't have a greater scale because they don't have external melanin, but they can do it too. Everyone has melanin. They have neuromelanin. They have pheomelanin, so they can do it too. But what happens if you start doing that? The most melanated people. What happens when you start vibrating in harmony and frequency? Or harmonic frequency? What happens then? This is why they don't want you to do that. They want you to put out negative shit. They want you to think you're always going to get smashed by the system. You're never going to get anything. They love it when they hear you say stuff like that. Woo! Woo, these niggas don't have any hope? Huh. Whoa. It's great. It's great. Fucking great. No hope. Yeah. No hope, baby. No hope. That's what they want for your ass. As long as you keep screaming that you don't have any hope, that nothing's going to ever happen to you, they're good. You got to get involved. You got to get mentally involved first and then physically involved. Yo, Conceptual Elixirs. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the cash app. Where you at, man? Thank you, sir. Always hooking me up. Thank you for always hooking me up too, brother. Appreciate you.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, brother. We are up to 210 on the donations. 210. Thank you, guys. Helping me get to the goal. Make sure your cash app or hit the super chat. Don't just be in here ear hustling to get information. If you can help out, make sure you do. So that's what's going on in Florida. Florida, wake up. If you live in Florida, make sure you understand. You got to get involved, man. This is why we over here at Know Your Rights Foundation, we're hooking you up. We're hooking you up at the Know Your Rights Foundation. We teach law and government at the Know Your Rights Foundation. So if you want to get in here, you want to know law and government. We've been asking a lot of people too, just simple questions about the Constitution. And a lot of you guys do not know it. A lot of y'all don't know it. What's the 21st Amendment? Watch, a lot of y'all gonna have to Google that. Most of you are gonna have to Google what the 21st Amendment is. But if you know, put it in the chat. What's the 21st Amendment? If you know what the 21st Amendment is, put that in the chat. If you and do it if you didn't have to Google it. A lot of y'all gonna have to Google that. And so if you don't have to Google it, no problem, King. I appreciate all the knowledge and laughter. No problem, King. I appreciate all the knowledge and laughter you always bring. For sure, man. Gotta be me when I'm bringing this information. See, did I leave out anything? All right, so moving along. California, Bitchifornia, Fruitopiformia, Fruitopifornia is after the 20. What's the 21st Amendment? They said after the 20th Amendment. No, what is it? Third Eye Jedi, what is it? What is the 21st Amendment? This is just simple stuff that you should know. You should be able to know. You should know this right off the bat. No, it's not prohibition. It's not prohibition. You're close though. You're close. But it's not prohibition. Nope. Not the right to bear arms. Nope. It's these squares is the closest. I learned it on what? Untouchable, in the Untouchable movie. Yeah, you shouldn't. Yeah, what is it then? If you learned it in the Untouchable movie, what is it? Yes, the repeal of prohibition. It's not prohibition, it's the repeal of prohibition. Yes. Thank you. Yes, repealed alcohol. Absolutely. Thank you. Made alcohol legal. Yes. So again, just simple stuff like this. You guys should know. Like if I asked what the 26th Amendment was, would you know that? Would you know what the 26th Amendment is? He said, you know what I meant. You better put it. Nuh-uh. I don't do that. I deal in law. If you don't put everything down in law, that's what the letter of the law means. I don't assume anything. I read what you got on this paper. And if you don't have everything that you meant on this paper is not complete. This paper has no power. If you don't put everything that you meant in this paper lawfully, this paper is lacking. It's legally. You're lacking. So make sure you put everything down. Yeah, 2020. There you go. You got the 20. Yeah, you got the 26. The 26th Amendment, yes. Lowered the voting age to 18. It's all right. For sure. All right. So I hope you didn't have to Google that. Did you have to Google it? If you had to Google it, I'm gonna have to take some points away from you. But here we go. So moving along. Bitchifornia. My state of Bitchifornia is about to run out of gas. Please don't come to California. Y'all don't want to come to California because California is about to run out of gas. Check this out. In 5 weeks, because this is a week ago, California is about to run out of gas in the next 5 weeks. Holy shit.
Well, we have an update on California's oil and gas situation as state leaders get ready for prices to go up even more.
And California is relying on more imported fuel than ever right now, a situation made worse by the war in Iran.
So my first question is, why does California rely on imported oil? If you drive up and down the coast of California, which I've done many times from Los Angeles to Monterey, you see nothing but oil wells in the ocean. There's oil everywhere. We're an oil-rich country. I think we have more oil in America than anywhere. Am I wrong about this?
I thought we had.
So the reason for that is the oil that we get in America is super heavy and thick, and it takes a lot to refine it. So what they do is they send it out, have it refined, and then they buy it back. They bring it back, or they buy it back. So which is dumb. You send your own oil out because you can't refine most of it. You send it out to other countries to refine it, then you buy it back from other countries, which is crazy. But California has a lot of oil, and they do it too. California, though, they just ran out their refinery, their oil refinery. They just ran them out of California. California is being run into the ground by a bunch of Democrats and women. Sorry.
So much oil. Like they were touting it, weren't they?
We export
Democratic women.
Sorry, does the United States export oil?
Yes.
oil from another country on a ship, ship it across the ocean to our country when we already have oil here that we're sending someplace else?
Was it to China to make up for the fact we fucked up Iran and now we got to give oil to China?
No, they've been doing this. They've been doing this since 2024. I mean, for what? No. Anyway, we've been. It's crazy.
All right, shut up.
Because oil all
get to the story, man.
The billionaire class capital is above the government. That's all. That's another. But anyway, I don't ask Rock. Why does America? Can you ask Rock, Misha? Do you have time? Or are you busy? Did you ask Rock why does America
imported fuel than
oil and gas situation as state leaders get ready for prices to go up even more.
And California is relying on more imported fuel than ever right now, a situation made worse by the war in Iran. Governor Gavin Newsom's administration says it's working on a plan in the event of gas shortages.
Now, this was at the center of a hearing at the state capitol today, and KCRA3 political director Ashley Zavala joins us now. Ashley, what's the plan here?
Yeah, this was kind of a last-minute hearing that was organized this week. State energy officials said California basically has enough supply to meet demand for the next 6 weeks if the Strait of Hormuz stays closed. Beyond that, there are a lot of questions. This hearing was in the Assembly's Energy and Utilities Committee. In fact, it's still going on right now. It included Governor Gavin Newsom's top officials who monitor the oil and gas industry, notably California Energy Commission Vice Chairman Siva Gunda. Western States Petroleum Association President Jody Mueller was there, along with the UC Berkeley energy expert Severin Borenstein. Everyone agreed the war in Iran is making the state's gas price situation worse, while also agreeing California is relying way more on foreign countries for oil, which makes the state vulnerable to price spikes. Gunda specifically was...
They had an emergency meeting because I guess they didn't see this coming.
Well, they're not that good at planning like water for fires, and I
What's
can
he saying?
Emergency meeting. You wait until you had 6 weeks left of oil and gas, and this is the 5th largest economy in the world.
You're gonna blame DEI for this, Jimmy, because I won't stand for it.
One of our supporters says,
in the world, this is how badly the state is being run. They wait till the gas is almost gone to have an emergency meeting. Oh shit, what are we gonna do? This is insane. Gavin Newsom don't give a shit about the goddamn state. He trying to be president. He trying to run for president. He ain't never gonna get that. He'll be able to run. He may get the party nomination. He'll never win that shit. Because look at what he's doing right now. Because it's all gonna come back to this. They're gonna say, how the fuck did you run California to shit? California is the 5th largest economy. Actually, I think the 4th largest economy now in the goddamn world, and you ran it to shit. Has more money than most goddamn countries in the world, and it looks like shit. And you have no gas.
I believe the issue is we don't have enough refineries. We sell our crude to other countries that can process it and sell it back to us as processed fuel. That might be the issue.
So the U.S. produces, it's a net exporter of total petroleum, crude oil plus refined products, but it remains a net importer of crude oil specifically.
Crazy.
This seeming paradox stems from differences in oil types, refinery designs, economics, logistics, and global trade dynamics. It's not about shortage. It's about optimization and profitability. So it's about, and by the way, why does Exxon get to make all the money? If you live in Alaska, Kurt, if you live in Alaska,
yeah, I know.
You get some of that oil money. They get a check directly from the oil that is pumped out of the ground in Alaska. They get a check. I don't get that in California. Do you get that in Texas? No. Although there's a shit ton of oil that's under the United States land. Why don't we get a check for that? It goes right it goes into the pockets of ExxonMobil, the billionaire class, the Epstein class, and people who own stock. It doesn't go to the people. We all own that. They give them the grant. They give them the land that oil is under at pennies on the dollar.
That's right. Well, because you live in a corrupt fake country and it doesn't work for you and everything's a sham.
For example, it exports 10.7 million barrels versus 7.9 million barrels in 25 data. However, it is still a net importer of crude oil.
That's crazy.
It imports more raw crude. So it's the exact opposite of what our super chat guy said, because we're importing raw crude oil. Much of the imported crude gets refined into products that the U.S. then exports.
Oh, good. Why should it benefit you?
Heavy crudes, retooling for only domestic. Okay, anyway, let's get back to this. I'm sorry I stopped this, but here we go.
Asked what happens if the Strait of Hormuz stays closed for another 60 days. He said the state's oil supply is stable in the short term. But
it's stable. Did you hear what this asswipe just said? Oh, no, our supply is stable in the short term. You mean like after 6 weeks, we're up this creek without a... Yes, but in the short term, we're stable. Because that's the guy who's in charge of the oil in California. Oh, no, it's stable. Not for long.
Beyond that, if the strait stays closed, prices will likely go up. Here's what that conversation was like.
I do not see presently, at least up to 6 weeks, a shortfall or a supply shortfall. Beyond that, I think based on what we're hearing from the industry and what we have observed, the pricing will move molecules towards California, but it will come at a price. And that's something that we need to closely watch.
For 6 weeks at least, there seems to be some certainty, but almost as certain is that if this situation continues after 6 weeks, we would likely see more price increases for gasoline.
More exposure, yes, absolutely.
The gas station at the corner by my house selling gas for $7 in California.
They're saying the gas might go up to $10 a gallon in California if that happens. These motherfuckers are tripping. Now, Gavin Newsom is blaming it on Trump, but the gas prices were already at $5 and something in California. So it's not that. And then You have a company like Chevron who charges $5 and something for the gas over here, but then there's a Chevron like on the border of Arizona and California. If you go to the Chevron across the border in Arizona, gas is only $3 and something. Why is the Chevron gas $2 more in California? A little bit over $2 more in California. You can literally, they've showed this. There's a Chevron right on one side of California border, and then there's a Chevron on the Arizona side of the border, and the gas is $2 over, almost a little bit over $2 less than California gas. That's the policies of California that's making them do that. That's the bureaucracy of California, and goddamn. This is absolute bullshit. There's no reason that the same company should be charging more gas. Literally, what is like 100 yards away. 100 yards away. You got the same two gas stations 100 yards away. One is $5. One is $5 something, and the other's $3. Yeah, California's full of shit. California is absolute full of shit. So, man, don't make me move out of California. I love California, bitches. Don't make me move out this bitch. Don't make me move out of California. Won't have to though. If this dude gets elected. Hold on, let me see. There may be some change coming in California. Hopefully, if this happens, if this goes down, some change coming to California. If you live in Los Angeles,
homeless on every corner. LA isn't a city; it's a public.
If you live in Los Angeles, you got to go vote this Tuesday. Vote for this dude, Spencer Pratt. Spencer Pratt is on some real shit. Spencer Pratt is on some spiritual shit. Nigga does spiritual crystals and meditation. Nigga does martial art. That nigga's on some old other shit. You ain't know. He on some real shit. Visualization, speaking things into existence. He on some real spiritual shit. So, yo, gotta go. If you live in Los Angeles, you gotta vote for this dude.
But it's homeless on every corner. But it's homeless on every corner. LA isn't a city; it's a public toilet at this point.
I don't want to walk to my car and go, "Oops, I stepped in human feces."
Actually, I'm not angry about LA. There's traffic, but it's been like that forever.
There's homelessness, but it's been like that forever.
Yeah.
So this is obviously a guy who don't have to live in it. Obviously, I'm not that angry about LA because you don't live around that shit. He obviously lives in a nice neighborhood where they don't have that shit. I'm not that angry about it because you don't have to walk past a goddamn homeless encampment. Every time you step out your damn door.
Actually, I'm not angry about LA. There's traffic, but it's been like that forever.
There's homelessness, but it's been like that forever.
Yeah.
Poverty, period. What is Mayor Bass doing to solve these problems? Not heard nothing. No change. Nothing. Just my I've seen none.
I wonder sometimes.
Who were you voting for?
Bass.
Right. Nothing that Bass has done, but you're going to vote for her. I'm not even voting. Does it matter? It really doesn't matter. Spencer Pratt. Spencer Pratt. We're going to have a Pratt daddy somewhere, I'll tell you that. He actually tells us the truth. He tells you the real hard truth of what's going on.
That nigga went to the hood. Like, no politicians go to the hood. Spencer Pratt went to the hood. When I tell you the hood in California and LA is really the hood. This nigga went to where the Bloods and Crips live. This nigga had a meeting with the Bloods and Crips. Yo, gotta fuck with a nigga like that. You ain't scared of the Bloods and Crips? All right, hey, yo, you gotta fuck with somebody like that.
Karen Bass. What is Karen Bass's greatest accomplishment?
Removing the homeless.
Yeah, she did a great job with that.
I believe so. Do you agree?
No, absolutely not. Treatment first. I will go below the Harbor Freeway tomorrow with her, and we can find some of these people she's going to offer treatment for. She's going to get stabbed in the neck. These people do not want a bed. They want fentanyl or super meth. These ideas cost us over $400 million to house 3,000 people for $400 million. This is an absolute failure for both of them. They're a team.
Boy. So we got to talk about the classic "not in my backyard" story that defines the champagne socialists who are trying to take over our country. Okay, these people claim that they believe in a lot of cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, insane stuff that makes you question whether or not they're actually sane, right? But they are sane. They just
so this basically is about the three people running for mayor in Los Angeles. You got the two Democratic, really socialist women running for mayor. One is Karen Bass. She's already was mayor. She's already a socialist communist. believe in taking everybody else's money to fix shit instead of actually coming up with real ideas on how to fix it. But then the other one is the socialist chick. She believes that homeless encampments should be left right outside of schools. Right outside of school. She said, then they tried to get a law going that said, all right, at least you got to be 500 feet away from a school. A homeless encampment needs to be 500 feet away from a school. She said, what's the difference between 1 foot and 500 feet? If it's away from, first of all, they need to be gone. But at the very least, 500 feet away from a school so that drug dealers and, drug addicts and pedos and all the rest of that aren't just right out there in front of the school able to take advantage of the children. She don't believe in that shit. This is insane how these people are still trying to vote for a chick like that who doesn't believe that a child should be safe from pedos and drug addicts. So then they said, oh, no, okay. So they went to her house and they set up a homeless encampment outside of her crib. Shout out to these people. They went to her crib, her $3 million crib, and set up a homeless encampment outside of her $3 million crib. Said, fuck you, bitch. So straight up.
This will power and control, because a vast majority of the Cocoa Puffs policies that they believe in, they only believe in it for other people. They don't believe in it for themselves, right? Like all of these socialists just so happen to be rich. They're living in multi-million-dollar mansions, houses, nice communities, nice neighborhoods. They're sending their kids to the best schools, right? They're living amazing lives, right? As socialists, okay? While their comrades suffer, okay? And this story right here, I think is a great example of what I'm talking about here. As we got to talk about Nitya Raman, LA, and she got pissed off about it. And I want to talk about it because I think that this story is great. Just so you guys understand the background here. Nitya Raman is the same woman who basically dismissed concerns from parents about homeless encampments popping up outside of. I'm
wondering if you support 4118 around schools and daycares.
I already voted against it.
There you go.
She just already voted against it. She's proud that she voted against having a buffer zone of 500 feet away from homeless encampments and schools. She proud of it. She said it. She spoke up real quick. No, I voted against it because your kids don't go to them schools. Your kids go to private schools. We ain't got to worry about that shit.
Because it doesn't work. I mean, it's like, I don't think the kids are going to be safer because the parents might walk away from a school. You know?
What?
Yeah. So you see that, you heard that. She said, I don't think a kid is going to be safer because a kid is 500 feet away from a school, right? That's Nitya Raman basically telling parents, look, who cares if a homeless encampment is right outside of the school, right? You got to deal with it, right? At the end of the day, that is what she said. This is what she said, okay? And she stuck to that with her own policy, right? Her own vote, okay? This is what she did in her community, okay? This is what she told her constituents. Now, that same issue showed up outside of her home. Now, all of a sudden, she's mad and she's upset, right? Let's take a look at this.
These videos all over on social media, sparking debate over political protest and personal space. The videos now viewed hundreds of thousands of times online.
It's crazy.
Fake homeless encampments set up outside LA City Councilwoman and mayoral candidate Nitya Raman's home.
This is happening all over the city, and we brought it to her doorstep so she can see what other people are going through.
A man who claims he helped organize the stunt spoke exclusively with Fox 11 with his face covered.
All the political violence that's been going on is really important that people protect their identity.
Tents, trash, old tires, and a barbecue Monday morning, all outside Raman's home.
Basically doing a parody ad for her. Like if we were in charge of her campaign, this was an ad.
So
going on
this
really
is
important
the
that
shit
people protect their identity.
Tents, trash, old tires.
Look at that. So now we got this on your street, bitch. You can see her street didn't have it on there before. She don't have to live around none of the shit. She don't got to step outside. She don't got to drive over nobody. Had to tell nobody to stop pissing on her street. Had to tell nobody to stop cleaning themselves or shitting on her street. None of that shit. She ain't got to do nothing. So they brought it right to her. And then she tried to say that this scared her kids. Oh yeah, really, bitch? She hated for her kids to have to be around this type of stuff, this energy. Oh no shit, bitch. What the fuck?
And a barbecue Monday morning, all outside Raman's home.
Basically doing a parody ad for her. Like if we were in charge of her campaign, this was the ad that we would make.
Yo, what's going on?
What he describes as a broader, sarcastic effort across Raman's Council District 4 in support of Spencer Pratt. Do you know Spencer Pratt, or are you affiliated with the Spencer Pratt campaign?
Absolutely never met him. Big fan of his work.
Who is funding this?
So we have a group of donors from around the country. Check us out online at Safe Cities USA.
My support has been growing.
At a press conference Thursday, Raman discussed a new UC Berkeley poll showing her in second place in the mayor's race, but did not address the videos.
Looked out the window and I realized that there were people setting up what was, I think, a fake encampment, like a homeless encampment outside of my house.
Earlier this week, though, she spoke about them on the Adam Conover podcast.
I have two little kids.
Yeah.
They didn't see it, luckily, this morning. But, I feel badly that that I'm even subjecting them to that at all. But but it has definitely, this has gone far beyond what I expected the campaign to be about.
They feel like this draws the line.
Oh, so now you hate that your kids had to wake up and see that shit. No shit. Nobody else want their kids to see that shit either. Yo, real quick. Shout out to Brandon Terry and Kenneth Hill. Appreciate you guys for the cash apps. Thank you guys for the cash apps.
May the force be with you.
We are at, where we at? 255. We're at 255 for the goal today. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. So this is what these socialists, this is all these communist socialist people who are taking over the democratic cities. This is what they all want, these policies. They call champagne socialists, meaning they are socialists who learned this stuff in high school. They grew up middle class, upper middle class. They learned all these policies in college and then get out and try to implement these damn policies when they never had to live around any of this shit. And they still don't. They don't know the repercussions of their policies because they don't ever have to live around it. Champagne socialists. Yeah, we want everybody to use. Everybody should be able to use everybody else's shit. Well, can we come in your house, bitch? Huh? How about we roll up in your house, sit up on your couch, go in your refrigerator, and make you pay for every goddamn thing? How about that? Oh no, my kids. Really, your kids? No shit. So she full of crap. Gail Lowe, appreciate you. Thank you for the cash out.
May the force be with you.
At 260 for today. Thank you guys. So this is what California got to deal with. So if you live in Los Angeles, Tuesday, go vote for Spencer Pratt. Somebody says Karen Bass is not gonna win. Fuck that. We putting out all the energy in the universe that this bitch does not win. Hell no. She is not. Spencer Pratt will win this shit. You goddamn right. We are putting it out there. So it is. We put it out there. So it is. When you say something and you know that it's true and you want it to be so, you say, so it is. Then you knock on some wood 3 times. You say, so it is. But she's not. If she win, I might have to move to Thailand, y'all. Y'all better hope she don't win, because I might, honestly, if she wins, if either her or that what's the name chick, that Democratic Socialist chick win, who want homeless encampments everywhere, and they pass out drug needles. They go to places, they passing out drug needles and drug paraphernalia. Then it just got found that one of the people who were passing out the needles was selling the people drugs. This is what they believe. It's better if they don't have to go find needles and drug paraphernalia, if they could just do it in a very cleanly way. And get the fuck out of here. You don't enable drug addicts to be drug addicts and living on the street and then mess up everybody else's life. Because they don't want to fix their fucking life. They want to be fucked up. All right, well, you can be fucked up. You be fucked up in your own goddamn world. Not where everybody else is trying to live and do something good. Do something great and good. So, again, remember the affirmation is you speak something into existence and you say, so it is. Like it's already manifested. Powerful words. Again, everything that you think and you speak into the universe hears you. You put out what you want from the universe, not what you don't want from the universe. You put out what you want. That's why I say Spencer Pratt will win. We don't think about Karen Bass. Spencer Pratt is going to win. So it is. And that nigga's a Star Wars lover too. That nigga's a Star Wars fan. Oh, nigga, he got my vote. If I could vote, that nigga loves Star Wars. Nigga, what? You love Star Wars, you good with me. Just saying. So moving along. He says, I am, I be. Well, you don't really need to say that. Just do it. I am and being are things of actions. They're action. You are, yeah, just be. You don't have to speak these things out. You just do them. People know that you are and who you are by your actions. So just manifest. You don't have to speak that into existence. You are here. I can see you. Manifest. Show us why you're here. So moving on. Your boy Floyd. Your boy Floyd is in trouble. He in trouble. Your boy Floyd is in big trouble. Hold on, let me see if I can. It's gonna be trouble. Hold on, let me find the Floyd. It sucks too, because I love Floyd. Floyd is my favorite boxer. Him and Mike Tyson, they're my two favorite boxers of all time. So it sucks to see Floyd like this. Floyd in the ring is a genius. Outside of the ring, this nigga's a this nigga is dumber than a damn sponge. Here we go.
Know this. I mean, obviously, for every group, there's a group. So I mean, it doesn't surprise me. Yeah.
Well, this is one of the groups that Randy Fine is very prominent in, among other people. And so this was from a.
You said Supra. Did you mean Spurs? Wait, Christopher Perkins, did you mean Spurs? You said Supra. But I'm gonna do a mind meld and say that you didn't mean Supra. You meant Spurs. just gonna put it out there that you meant Spurs will win tonight. And yes, let's put that out there. We don't want to vote for the free throw merchant who tries to attach his name to Kobe's to try to make himself seem great. Kobe's my favorite player and all this. And we're not trying to hear that. You don't attach your name to Kobe. You don't play nothing like Kobe. Nothing. None of your game is like Kobe. The best part about your game is just you got to step back. That's it. That's all he does. Drive, step back, shoot. Drive, step back, shoot, fall on the ground. Drive, step back, shoot, fall on the ground. Fall on the ground. Fall on the ground. Fall on the ground. That's all. That's the nigga whole game. Just flopping and falling on the ground. So yeah, we want the Spurs to win to kick OKC out this bitch. That was a little side trip right there. But let's come back. So Floyd. Is Floyd broke? Did Floyd get all his money taken? Let's see.
Holiday event. Kenman, Jen, you're stealing my thunder here.
I'm sorry.
So this is a clip from 6 months ago of Floyd Mayweather. So this is a pretty good setup for what we're about to talk about.
And like I said before, I'm not with you guys 10%, 50%. I will always be the voice for the people in Israel. I will always stand behind the country of Israel.
Really?
The one and only Floyd Money Mayweather in Israel. I will always be here for you guys when you guys don't have a voice.
Yeah, dumb as a bag of fucking Cheetos. This nigga is dumber than a bag of Cheetos. Look at how he ball gargling bitch reel. Then it comes to find out one of his bitch reel partners, the motherfucker that he had watching his money and everything, robbed him for over $100 million. Because Floyd doesn't read. Floyd doesn't read. And when you don't read and you have a bunch of money, you're asking to be robbed. You just begging to be. No, you ain't asking. You begging. You on your knees pleading for people to rob you. When you have millions of dollars and you can't read. So it's no wonder that it's amazing that it took this long. Honestly, it's amazing it took this long.
I agree with this. I agree with that. I do think violent sports creates normalization to stuff.
Hold up. You lost your damn mind. You lost your damn mind. You don't know what you're talking about. Kobe has some moves from Jordan. Kobe's game is far better than Jordan. His footwork, better than Jordan's. Jump shot, better than Jordan's. You don't know what you're talking about. Jordan got his game from David Thompson. Do you know who that is? Do you even know who David Thompson is? Nigga scored 70 in the game back in the 80s, early 80s. Do you even know who that is? That's where Jordan got his game from. And Kobe got his game from a bunch of people. Kobe is an amalgamation of a bunch of people's games. One of them is Jordan. But Jordan is also an amalgamation of Dr. J and David Thompson. Know your basketball history. Straight up. Here we go.
I do. And it's over so many generations. It's not like, obviously, I don't think if somebody sees something, they're going to go out and do that. But I do think that, yeah, what people find as entertaining is an indication of what they're willing to accept, right? I mean, I see the connection for sure.
So I'm gonna explain to you guys what it means to be in the club, but that you're not really in the club because at the end of the day, you're still black and you're not a Jew. You can work with them if
so Floyd's basically coming out and tap dancing. He's tap dancing like BoJack for the Jews, for the Zayos, right? But I assure you, when he's not there, they're calling him a Schwarza. They're calling him a Schwarza.
She said they're calling him a nigga. Schwarza is nigga in Yiddish. So these are two Khazarians. They're two Khazars who are anti-Zionist. They speak against vitriol all the time. And so they came out and said, because Floyd Mayweather has been ball gargling New Khazaria, behind his back, they're calling him a nigga. Like, you dumbass nigga. You are Goyim. You are Sfarza Goyim. A Goyim Sfarza. You a Goyim nigga. And we'll use you any way we want. And basically, they robbed him.
It's definitely
I'm
not
telling
good.
you that's what they're calling him. They're
I'm
using.
going to go to that. I'm going to go to that second. Let's go to Floyd first. So, why is this such a big deal? What could it possibly be that we have to cover Floyd Money Mayweather at this time?
Why is that?
Not on his hands and knees for the Zio state.
Oh, good Lord.
Breaking news, Floyd Mayweather scammed out of millions by Israeli business advisor Yonah Reichnitz. Stole over $175 million from him.
$175 million from this nigga. Wow. That's why Floyd is broke. $175 million you let the Khazarians scam you out of. I'm always on here for Israel. I'm gonna always be a voice for Israel when you have no voice. When has Israel got no voice? Nigga, they own all the goddamn news stations. Fool. That was the dumbest shit ever. Nigga, they own all the TV stations. They own all the goddamn the movie studios. They own all the goddamn news stations. When don't they have a voice that Floyd bitch ass Mayweather need to be a voice for bitch real? Come on, man. Yeah, you're an idiot.
Mayweather.
The W is pronounced like a V.
$175 million from Mayweather.
The W is pronounced like a V, but yes. And it's one.
Colin, bring it. So small. You just zoom in a little bit.
And basically any Ashkenazi Jew in this country that says that they didn't hear people saying that, they're lying to you.
Floyd Mayweather has filed a shocking lawsuit against former business advisor Yonah Reichnitz, accusing him of stealing over $175 million through fake investment deals, luxury.
Real quick, they don't go to jail because when they're Khazarian, they flee back to vitriol. Anybody who does anything illegal in America and they're Khazarian, they can run and flee to Israel. Just like the dude who was found this week. He was found with a lab. He was found with the bio lab out here in, I think it was in Nevada, in Vegas. But he also was linked to the Chinese dude who had a bio lab in California. And did this nigga get arrested? No. He went before a judge, and the Khazarian judge who let the pedo dude, remember, Netanyahu bitch's cyber security guy came over here and set up a pedo date with a 15-year-old and then got caught and arrested. And then when he went to court, the Khazarian judge let him go. The same goddamn Khazarian judge, when they arrested this Khazarian dude who was setting up the bio lab, she let him go too. And then where they go? They flee right back to vitriol. That's why they don't ever get arrested.
Jewelry loans, real estate scams, and a private jet.
Real quick, the dude who filmed Rush Hour 1, 2, and 3. What's his name? Brett Ratner. Brett Ratner was going to be charged for pedo, and then he ran to vitriol. That's where he lives now. He was about to go under indictment for doing the Epstein thing. And he took off to vitriol. Now that's where he lives forever now. Doesn't have to come back here. Can't get extradited. Again, this is why they don't have a treaty with America, because on a treaty, you would have to extradite criminals in a treaty. This is why they don't have a treaty with America. One of the reasons. So that when criminals flee America, they can go over there and live in Israel, in vitriol, forever, without any repercussions.
jet set. What is it with these fucking guys in their private jets? What makes it even crazier? Just 1 year ago, Mayweather publicly said he trusted Reichnitz 100%.
100%.
Yeah. Why is that, Jen? Does Mr. Mayweather have some skeletons in his closet that we don't know about?
Something. But it also sounds like he's incredibly.
Floyd wasn't in the Epstein files. So maybe we don't know if Floyd was doing some private stuff and they got some dirt on Floyd in his private parties. We don't know that. He just got some chick pregnant. So we don't know what they got on him. But I think they just invested in him heavily. I think that's what they have on him. And he said he trusted his business partner who robbed him of $175 million 100%. You trust this fool 100%? Are you insane? You're a fucking idiot.
Stupid.
The lawsuit claims, well, he has been hit in the head quite a few times. The lawsuit claims millions vanished through shady transactions involving properties, Rolex watches, diamond jewelry, and more.
And more.
That's Mr. Reichnitz.
I would say Reichnitz, because
stole his Rolexes, stole his diamond watches, stole everything. Just stole stuff from him. Just was robbing this nigga blind.
There's no I, because I know Reichman. So I would say Reichnitz. Yeah. He's
Yonah Reichnitz was arrested on corruption charges in New York and then became a star witness. So he's a thief and a rat. So he's got both going for him. And he's got a little hat too. So don't forget that. His testimony led to the conviction of several officials. However, what is the important thing here? According to Colin, I think there's a couple more slides. Or that's the only one? Okay. So I want to read the column first.
So Floyd mistakenly believed that those were his peeps.
Oh yeah, sure.
Because he stood for them. He was there. He was with Israel, so they must be his peeps.
According to the lawsuit, Reichnitz, a real estate developer with a past bribery conviction, allegedly gained control over Mayweather's financial affairs and secretly siphoned millions through. Can't see it.
Don't be. Can you just not be so curt?
I have to be. It's the only way.
No, you don't, Colin. Yes, you can be nicer, Colin.
Financial affairs and secretly siphoned millions through fraudulent transactions. One alleged scheme involved a $7.5 million investment that Mayweather says never existed. Another claims Reichnitz used $100 million worth of Mayweather's jewelry, including Rolex watches, diamond chains, and Jacob & Company pieces as collateral for loans without his knowledge. The lawsuit also accuses Reichnitz of mishandling private jet sales, what do you mean pocketing the money, property loans, and real estate deals tied to Mayweather's fortune. This is shaping up to be one of the biggest financial scandals in sports history. Yeah, but he's probably...
Wow. This is what you get when you can't read and you trust the Khazarians to read for you? You trust the Khazarians to read for you? Oh, man. What do you have in there from Fred? You big dummy. In the Fred Sanford voice, you big dummy. And yes, Floyd is a big ass dummy. God damn, man. Man, I cannot believe he got robbed for $175 million. That's insane. That's just fucking insane. So, moving along. Sad shout out to Floyd. Love Floyd, though. Like I said, my favorite boxer of all time. So, moving along, I talked about this slightly in the past. But the universe keeps sending this to me. So I got to break it down. The Igigi. Everybody knows about the Igigi. If you listen to Billy Carson talked about the Igigi. Varying different, the stories vary. The stories of how they came about, they vary slightly, but most of them say that the Igigi were the lower class of so-called gods, Anunnaki. You had the upper class. So there's a stratification, there's a classes system. Again, class doesn't come from humans. The classes system comes from the aliens who created you. The stratification system that goes on, the hierarchy, that came from aliens. That's where they got this system from. So the hierarchy was the upper Anunnaki, which included Enlil, Enki, and Anu. But then you had the worker beings, basically the slave class. Now they just said they weren't a slave class; they did it by choice or whatever, or voluntarily they were doing it, which I don't believe that shit. But they were the worker class, and they came here with the Anunnaki to help mine gold, right? And so they were mining the gold for hundreds of thousands of years, and they was like, nigga, this is some bullshit. Out here in this hot ass sun, nigga, our sun don't burn like this because well, depending on what thing you read, they're supposed maybe they had two suns, so who knows? But I don't think they was used to this goddamn hot ass African desert when they was mining all this gold. They was like, nigga, what the fuck is this? They sweating their asses off. They like, nigga, fuck this. We not doing this no more. Right? They said they all came together. And let me and make sure you mark this, you pin mark this, that the Igigi, one of their greatest powers was unity within their ranks. They came together. They always had unity, right? So after they rebelled against the Anunnaki, some of the stories say the Anunnaki smacked the shit out of them. They tried to rebel, and they found out why the upper echelon of Anunnaki was the upper echelon of Anunnaki, that they had a battle, whatever, and they got smacked, but they were still refused to be the workers. They like, even though we lost, we still not doing it. Now what? And then that's one of the stories. Then the other story says that they all gathered up and they surrounded the upper Anunnaki, Enlil and Anu, and said, and then they came up, they were like, they got scared. They said the upper echelon of Anunnaki got scared. They were terrified by the backlash that they saw was coming. They're like, oh shit, not only because they thought they were going to get hurt, but basically because the uprising in the social stratification, meaning we need these classes to stay where they are. We can't have you niggas thinking that you can bust out of your class just on some violent shit, right? So these are the two different stories. Either one, they were forced into it. They were scared by the revolt again of the Igigi. And then they basically, Enki came out and says, yo, I got a plan. I got an idea. I can make a slave I can fashion a slave worker being from the different materials that are on this planet. How about that? Would that work? And that's one of the stories. And the Igigi was like, cool, nigga, because we ain't doing it no more. You know what I'm saying? We not doing it no more, nigga. That's the first deal. Then the other deal is, like I said, the Anunnaki was slapped the shit. They smacked the shit up out of the Igigi, and that because of that war, they got their ranks pretty much eviscerated, but it was still a lot of them left. But then they still said, no, we're not doing it. And then after the being was fashioned, the human being, they called the human from the ground, the Adama, then they became the workers, and that was that. Now, that's where the story ends with the Igigi. What happened to the Igigi? Why does the story just end like, oh, the Igigi they just went off into nowhere? Now, remember, these were beings who were upset that they had been enslaved for close to 300,000 years mining gold. They was pissed. And then all of a sudden, they just supposed to not be pissed. Now, again, if we going with they got their asses smacked version, they really pissed. They really pissed if it's the version where the Igigi got smacked up by the Anunnaki, which is the one I believe. I believe they got slapped up. Like, nigga, what? The fuck you say, nigga? You tired? You don't want to what? That's the one. That's the version I believe. And you can also have the other version. Either version, I believe they were both still pissed. They were both pissed, or both versions they're pissed. So let's look at the Anunnaki real quick, or the Igigi of the Anunnaki, before I break down what I think happened.
Hello there, and welcome to Secretum History. Hello there, and welcome to Secretum Histories, where curiosity slows its breathing and ancient stories are told gently enough to rest beside. Tonight's journey drifts back to a time before kings, before temples, before humanity itself had hands to lift a tool. It begins not with mortals, but with gods who grew tired. Not tired in the way we are after a long afternoon, but tired in a way that reshaped the structure of the world. This is the story of the Igigi, the younger gods of Mesopotamian tradition, the ones assigned the work no one else wished to do. They're often mentioned only briefly in surviving tablets, appearing at the edges of greater names like Anu, Enlil, and Enki. Yet without them, the human story may never have begun. Their rebellion is not framed as a cosmic battle of good and evil. It is quieter than that, and far more consequential. It is dispute over labor, hierarchy, exhaustion, and the limits of obedience. If you find this exploration soothing or quietly intriguing, consider offering a like or subscribing. It helps this calm corner of our ancient history continue reaching those who enjoy wandering through the older layers of memory. Now, settle in. Let the pace slow. The Igigi are rarely given sentiment.
Well, it depends on how you pronounce the name. Igigi. Egypt, Egyptos is Greek. That's a Greek version. So they wouldn't have even had contact with Sumerians. This is thousands of years before the Greeks even came around. So I don't know. They didn't get that name from Igigi. Remember, Egyptos is like land of burnt faces. Like it means burnt. Egyptos means burnt. That means the niggas. Egyptos means burnt.
To stage, but their presence hums beneath some of the oldest myths ever pressed into clay. In the beginning of the Mesopotamian cosmos, the universe was not empty. It was structured, layered, and governed. At the highest level stood Anu, lord of the heavens. Beneath him ruled Enlil, who commanded the air and authority. Enki governed the waters and wisdom. Together with other great deities, they formed what is often called the Anunnaki, the senior gods. They decided, they decreed, they measured, and they assigned. Below them existed another class of divine beings. These were the Igigi. They were not human. They were not mortal. They were divine in nature, yet subordinate in rank. In the earliest accounts, especially in the Akkadian epic often referred to as the Atrahasis narrative, the Igigi are described as laborers. Their work was not symbolic, it was physical. The cosmos, according to these myths, required maintenance. Rivers had to be dug, irrigation channels carved, earth shaped and ordered. Even the divine realm demanded infrastructure. The Anunnaki, high in status and authority, did not perform this labor themselves. It was assigned downward. For a time, the arrangement held. The Igigi worked. They carried baskets of soil. They dug canals. They maintained the boundaries between waters and land. They upheld the architecture of the world itself. The texts describe this labor as heavy and prolonged. The number 40 appears in some versions of the story, marking decades of effort. Immortality did not shield them from fatigue. Divine nature did not remove the burden of repetition. It is important to understand that in Mesopotamian thought, work was not inherently noble. Labor was necessity. Kings boasted of building canals and temples, but the physical act of digging earth was rarely romanticized. In this mythic framework, even gods could resent it. As years passed, dissatisfaction among the Igigi deepened. The tablets suggest murmuring, complaint, weariness that did not fade. The hierarchy of heaven began to strain under the weight of its own expectations. One night, the breaking point arrived. The Igigi did not simply abandon their tasks. They gathered, they organized, they burned their tools in a gesture that was both practical and symbolic. Fire consumed the implements of their servitude. Then they marched. Their destination was the dwelling of Enlil, the chief administrator among the Anunnaki, the god who issued commands, the overseer of order. The Igigi surrounded his residence. The imagery is striking. Lesser gods, once compliant, now standing in unified defiance at the gates of authority. Inside, the senior gods were unsettled. The noise of the uprising reached them. The Atrahasis epic describes fear among the Anunnaki, not fear of physical defeat alone, but fear of disorder. The cosmos functioned on hierarchy. If the structure fractured, what would hold the layers together? Enlil demanded to know the instigator. He sought a leader to punish. The Igigi answered collectively. There was no single rebel. The burden had been shared, and so was the refusal. This moment stands as one of the earliest recorded labor strikes in human storytelling. It is not framed in modern political terms, yet the pattern is recognizable. Workers overextended, authority challenged, a system forced to adapt or collapse. The senior gods deliberated. Anu listened. Enlil fumed. The tablets describe tension among them. To punish the Igigi entirely would remove the workforce sustaining the world. To concede entirely would undermine divine hierarchy. Enki, often portrayed as thoughtful and inventive, offered an alternative. If the Igigi would no longer perform the labor, another being could be fashioned to take their place. Here, the myth turns toward one of its most consequential developments. The creation of humanity is not just...
See, this is where, if you're a hierarchy, you just don't, when they come, when your subordinates revolt, you don't just be like, okay, that's not how you keep order. When motherfuckers get out of rule, there has to be some type of discipline, especially if you're in a stratification or a hierarchical society. There's got to be some type of discipline when you get out of line. So the fact they just act like the Anunnaki was like, okay, nah, I ain't buying that one.
Described as a spontaneous act of generosity. It emerges as a solution to a labor crisis. The Igigi's rebellion becomes the catalyst. Enki proposed shaping a new species from clay, mixed with the essence of a sacrificed deity. In some versions, the god chosen for sacrifice is described as possessing intelligence or rebellious spirit. His blood would mingle with earth. From this combination would arise humans, capable of toil. The Anunnaki agreed. The Igigi watched. Clay was gathered, ritual words spoken, the divine spark introduced. The first humans were formed not to rule, not to contemplate, but to work, to dig canals, to maintain fields, to bear the physical burden once carried by divine hands. The rebellion...
Yes, we are AI. Humans are AI. Yes, to the Anunnaki. Absolutely.
Succeeded, though not in the way modern narratives might frame success. The Igigi did not overthrow the Anunnaki. They did not assume control. They secured relief from labor. Humanity inherited the task. In this transfer lies a subtle shift in cosmic order. The gods no longer bore the weight of infrastructure. Humans entered the equation as intermediaries between earth and heaven. The Igigi fade from central focus after this point in many texts. Their purpose, in the narrative sense, had been fulfilled. Yet their story lingers beneath subsequent mythologies. Some later traditions blur distinctions between classes of divine beings. The term Igigi occasionally becomes interchangeable with Anunnaki in certain texts. Memory compresses, roles merge.
So, but they're not the same. They're two different classes of Anunnaki. One is the upper class. One would be like the Compton class. The Igigi is Compton. The Anunnaki is Bel Air. The Igigi is Compton. That's how the two classes were. Now, after the revolt and all of that, what happened? They just disappear out of history. They just bounce, right? In some of the book of in the book of Enoch, they said that some of them called the Watchers. They might be the ones they called the Watchers or whatever. Now, you said you like what? Wait, what'd you say? I like that thought though, Kev. What, they got smacked up? Which one? But again, what happened to them? Now, I'm gonna break down this time that we're looking at is Genesis in the Bible. This is where you got the creation of Adam and Eve, and supposedly the serpent being in the Garden of Eden, and the serpent Nagash and all the rest of that. And Nagash was talking about Nagash was supposed to be the devil, but the serpent was the one that actually told Adam and Eve the truth about if they partook of the tree of life, that they would live forever. So all this is allegory, right? This is all mixed up story, but this is from the story comes from the creation of the Anunnaki or the human, the Adama, which means from the ground from the Anunnaki, right? So that would mean that, and then they created them, they fashioned them together, and then they used some of their DNA. This is the upper echelon, the higher class, upper class of Anunnaki, used some of their DNA and created us, right? The first beings would be the highly melanated beings. We are their offspring, their descendants, right? Where did the Igigi go? And who are their descendants? Because you got in the Bible, remember, what's that Bible verse? Hold on, what's the Bible verse that says, and I will put enmity between thee and the women, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. So put enmity between the woman and between thy seed and her seed. Whose seed? Again, they're talking about this is supposed to be the reptilian, the serpent being, or whatever they're talking to in the Garden of Eden, right? Now, some of the Anunnaki are supposedly reptilian beings. They're not all of one race. The Anunnaki are of different, race, but species. They're supposed to be of different species. And some of them are said to be reptilian. Now, was he talking? Now, again, we go back, we start to fashion that the reptilian, we have the ruling class, or the supposed ruling elite class, are reptilians in disguise. Then who really runs the planet? Who really runs this bitch? That would be the Khazarians. So is when they said I would put enmity between the woman, again, that would be the melanated woman, Eve, and between thee and thy seed, and between thy seed and her seed, between the reptilian's seed and between Eve's seed. Now, who would Eve's seed be? That would be the highly dark melanated beings that were first fashioned, right? After the Igigi revolted. That would be the new being. That's who we are. We take after the Anunnaki, the higher class of Anunnaki, which is why we created highly melanated. Because going on the side, if you have a race or a species of extraterrestrial or whatever they call, that are called Nordics, and they're completely pale with blonde hair, the universe, you would also have to have their opposite. Super dark melanated beings with curly hair. You got yin and yang within the universe. So if you got Nordic extraterrestrials, then you have super highly melanated extraterrestrials with curly hair. Those would be the Anunnaki, as you can see them drawn on the walls. So again, who seed are they talking about? I will put enmity between these. Now, if you look at the Khazarians, who do they envy the most? Who do the Khazarians envy the most? And again, it says, I will bruise thy head and thou shalt bruise his heel, meaning your seed will bruise the heel of Eve's seed, and Eve's seed shall bruise thy head, meaning you're not going to be able to get them out of your head. They're going to occupy every moment of thought that you have. Who does the Khazarians think about the most? Who do they rob and steal from the most within history? Think about it. Who do the Khazarians? Again, I showed you that video a few weeks ago that broke down how they were called the Asians called them the name stealers. But who have they stolen history from the most in the world? Think about it. And again, I will put enmity between thy seeds. Again, against this is the reptilian seed, but I think it was the Igigi. Some of the Igigi may have been reptilian, but the Igigi seed and the Anunnaki seed. And again, who is the most envious? Who has the most animosity? Because that's what enmity means. It means hostility, animosity, hatred. Who do they envy the most? That would be you. The Khazarians envy you the most. So it is of my hypothesis that the Khazarians are the descendants of the Igigi, which is why you don't hear anything about them anywhere. Nowhere do you hear anything about the Igigi. Why would you not hear? You can hear Anunnaki all day long. Anunnaki. But you don't hear shit about the Igigi. Unless it's esoteric people making videos about it, like me or Billy Carson or all these other people. But there would be a reason that the Igigi would be hidden from mainstream, don't you think? I think so. I think the Igigi are the descendants, or the Khazarians are the descendants of the Igigi. That's one of the big secrets in the world that they won't tell you, which is why they supposedly have this type of power right now within the world, because their ancestors or their progenitors are the Igigi. And so when it says I will bruise thy head, meaning we're always on their mind, but they have the ability to fuck us over physically. They don't occupy our domes. They can't fuck with our heads, but they can fuck with us physically if we allow them. When they say we'll bruise thy heel. They've taken everything. Think about this. The Khazarians, the new Khazarians, have taken everything from your history. They've stolen your, they become you. I will bruise thy heel. Yo, y'all let me know. Again, I've been studying this stuff for a long time, and the Igigi never is talked about, never whispered, nothing. You don't hear nothing about them anywhere ever. And there has to be a major reason for that. And my hypothesis is that the Igigi are the ruling class of the Khazarians. They're the ancestors of the Khazarians. And they're pissed that the Anunnaki, the upper class Anunnaki, gave this world over to the fashioned being. Remember, the Igigi also in the Bible would be the Nephilim, the ones who fell from heaven to earth and all that. The Nephilim also. And Nephilim, remember, these are the fallen angels. They were pissed that God took favor over Adam and Eve than them, remember? So in the real story, that would be the Igigi got pissed that the Anunnaki, the upper class Anunnaki, gave precedence in power of the earth over the Igigi, who had been doing all that goddamn work for 300 and something years. If you was doing work for 300 and something thousand years, and these niggas all of a sudden came up and said, you know what? You right. We shouldn't be fucking with y'all. Y'all did too much work. We just gonna make this new nigga over here, and this new nigga is gonna be over you. How about that? Is that good? We just gonna make a new nigga. You don't gotta work no more. But this new nigga is higher than y'all. Okay? nigga, you would be pissed as hell if that happened. That's what happened to the Igigi. The Anunnaki said, all right, nigga, y'all, we cool, good. Nigga, y'all don't wanna work? Cool. We'll make a new nigga. But this new nigga is gonna be better than you. This new nigga is gonna be higher than you. That would piss you the fuck off. That would absolutely piss you off. He said, yep, destiny swappers. Yep. Says highly possible. Yo, all of this shit lines up. And the Khazarians have this great secret that they don't tell you, that they study within their own ranks about where they came from. And what is that big secret? I'm saying they're the descendants of the Igigi, who are called the fallen angels. This is why they do the law of reversal. They think evil is good. Remember, they practice the law of reversal. Evil is good. That's what they do. So the Anunnaki or the Igigi are the true hidden beings controlling this goddamn planet right now. And where are the Anunnaki? See, the Anunnaki, they said, we got all these other extraterrestrials here. What happened to the melanated Anunnaki? Where they at? Well, they said they only come here every 3,600 years. That's where they're not here because they only come around every 3,600 years, which is now. That time is coming up now. So they're about to come back soon. Your ancestors, they don't live on the planet perpetually like the Igigi who were left here. The Igigi were left here. And you don't hear shit about them. But the reason is because they running shit. The Igigi is running shit on the low. That's the major motherfuckers around the world, the super being around the world that they won't tell you about. Again, this is what the universe has sent me of all the shit I've been studying, breaking all this shit down. This is what I've seen. Now, you can go do some research yourself. If it goes against what I say, hey, break it off. The universe sends me shit and I channel it. When the universe sends it to me, the universe sent me this clear as day. The Igigi are the ancestors of the Khazarians. You be the judge and let me know. He says, all this keeps Netanyahu awake at night. That's funny. He says, Bebe, the one from Israel, Windsor High School in Philadelphia, we know the truth. He said, we know the truth. He said, Bebe went to school in Philadelphia. We know. Okay, we know now. He said, my show is your Saturday. That's hilarious. I don't try to be on this long either. Just trust me. I try to do short shows. I just get caught up in the talking when I'm doing these damn, I get sent stuff while I'm talking, which makes these a little bit long. But y'all go over that just for a little bit. Y'all go over that. Again, the Anunnaki, though, is on their way back, which means the Igigi's time would be up. They had a time to rule the earth, but now it's seeming, you can see, all of the Khazarians' power is waning. No matter what they do, their spells aren't working anymore. Everyone sees them for who they are. And because the spell is not working anymore, the veil has been broken. They're the ancestors, they're the descendants of the Igigi. Yo, Corey, appreciate you, brother. He says, for let us make man in our image. Yep. Who is us? Yep. Let us make man in our image. Yep. That's what it says in the Bible. Appreciate you, Corey. And Sharice Reed, appreciate you. You are funny with the and Leah. Also, and Gail Lowe and Darius Foster. Thank you guys. Excuse me. We're at 35. So we're at 285 for today. 285, everybody. Let me give you guys a shout out for that. Appreciate it.
May the force be with you.
Sharice Reed, show here acting like I'm in Chippendales. I gotta show her the guns first. Bam. Bam. They coming back too. I've been in the gym, baby, since I got in that accident. Look at that. Woo! But moving along. So here we go. So no Skittle news this week. Got no Skittle news. I want you guys to do your own research on the Igigi, though. You guys have got to do your research, man. Let me know what you come up with. All right. So moving along. In the science and the weird. Appreciate you. Hey, that's what the universe sent me that. I was like, there's a reason that no one ever hears about the Igigi. And they were right there with the Anunnaki at the beginning. They got in a fight with the Anunnaki, and then all of a sudden, you don't hear shit about them no more. Who erased them from history? Again, the greatest what they say, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled is to convince you that he didn't exist. And again, the Igigi are the equivalent of the Nephilim, the ones who the fallen angels from heaven. That's who the Igigi are. So when you put that together, trying to say, who was the Samuel? Who was the Satan of the Igigi? That had to be one of the top workers of the Igigi. Remember, Satan is a fallen angel, right? So who was the fallen Igigi? Who was the equivalent of Satan? Who was that? That had to be a reptilian being. Remember, there's a snake in the story, but there are also reptilian Anunnaki. So who is that? Who is the reptilian Igigi who started all of this shit? Huh? Somebody gotta let me know something, because I think that motherfucker is running shit, or his descendants is running shit. Who you would call the devil is really the Igigi. So just saying, yep, they all worship Baal and Moloch and all the rest of that shit. Yes. These are all these beings. Absolutely. So again, you guys let me know what you think. So moving along. In the science and the weird. So the UFO, the UFO disclosure, they came out and they started talking about the glowing orbs. Did you guys see the glowing orbs? video. Let's see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me find it. Where'd it go? Here it is. So check this out.
Pilot encounters, radar data, a bizarre UFO material, including military footage, pilot encounters, radar data, firsthand testimony from intelligence officials, but much of it sits in this strange gray zone between potentially extraordinary phenomena and possibly misidentified military or sensor artifacts. It's hard to tell what these are, but either way, either the Pentagon is slowly normalizing UFO disclosure, which seems a bit odd, or we're watching one of the strangest psychological operations in modern history. Which one is it? I'm not 100% certain, because they told us for the longest time that if you believed in UFOs, if you saw UFOs, you were a psycho person, that you were totally nuts. And now they're saying, oh, wait, no, you're not totally nuts. There are UFOs amongst us. That is what they're trying to tell us. So they released this document. I would say that the biggest story from the latest dump is the intelligence officer testimony. So this is a currently serving senior U.S. intelligence official describing orange glowing orbs, swarms moving in coordinated patterns, objects splitting into two, objects pacing aircraft, radar confirmation, fighter jet involvement, helicopters unable to keep up with the speed, formations appearing and disappearing over military ranges. And this is all really important because it's firsthand testimony. It allegedly involves multiple witnesses. There's military radar that tracked the objects, trained personnel observed them, and it occurred over military testing area. So this is the firsthand account written by a current serving senior U.S. intelligence official. And this is an FBI 302 interview conducted with that official regarding his firsthand account of this UAP encounter at a U.S. military facility. Okay, so I'm just going to read to you the transcription of this. It says, in late 2025, during early evening daylight hours, I, a senior U.S. intelligence officer, along with a colleague and 2 pilots, departed our Joint Operations Center in a helicopter. Our mission was to investigate loud thuds heard in the mountains on the test range, which coincided with unidentified aerial phenomena sightings reported over the previous several nights. We aimed to search remote mountain areas for possible debris or objects that might explain the orb-like sightings. After leaving the JOC, we flew a low-altitude map of the Earth route through the mountain range for several hours. Multiple times, we spotted debris on the ground and descended for closer inspection. Each time, we determined it was remnants from rockets and other projectiles that had crashed during years of weapons testing on the range. As we continued searching near areas of reported orb activity, we discovered a large cave entrance with no visible end in sight. The terrain around the entrance offered no safe landing spot, so I instructed the pilot to orbit it several times for observation. We noted the location and then pressed on. Running low on fuel, we headed to a pre-arranged rendezvous point to meet a ground team and let my colleague disembark. The 2 pilots and I then proceeded to a pre-positioned tanker on the range for refueling. Our plan was to return to base afterward, but the JOC radioed with a request to search a nearby mountain for debris spotted by one of the ground teams. By this time, the sun had set. The pilots switched to forward-looking infrared and night vision goggles, while I continued using the unaided naked eye. After a brief search of the mountain yielded no findings, the pilots began navigating back to the JOC to end the mission. I then received a message from the JOC. Radar had detected hits several miles uprange from our position, the same area where UAP activity had been observed on prior nights. I relayed this to the pilots and we altered course to intercept. What followed was a series of close UAP encounters lasting over an hour. En route, ground teams reported spotting a UAP or FLIR, describing it as a super hot, low to the ground and moving east then south at high speed. The object then split into 2 and changed direction. Upon arrival, we scanned the area using NVG, FLIR, and the naked eye. The ground team suddenly radioed that the object had risen from the ground, approached within 10 feet of the helicopter, dropped below us, then sped away. The pilots observed it through NVGs and saw it split into 2 as similar objects emerged before it accelerated out of sight. We briefly pursued, but broke off, unable to match its speed. At one point, the JOC informed us that several fighter jets had launched on a training mission in our operating area and requested their assistance in identifying the UAP. Minutes later, the JOC directed us to nearby radar detections. We took up a hovering position at approximately 700 feet above ground level. In the distance, we saw countless orange orbs swarming in all directions against the backdrop of the mountain. The display lasted several minutes before fading. The JOC then redirected us to our previous positions based on our fresh radar hits. I provided coordinates to the pilots and we moved to intercept, hovering again at 700 feet AGL. Through NVGs,
So real quick, there's an audio of this. Let me get to the audio part. So check this out. This is an audio of the NASA dude. Now, while we're going to get to this in a second, real quick, yo, Patricia Clinton. Say me and Rod Hayes. I don't know about that, but appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you, girl. Thank you. All right, so this is a this is the audio of the snap. Dang it. All right, here we go. Right here. All right.
7 pilot. This is from NASA. Pilot Scott Carpenter describing white particles in view that appeared to move at random and looking exactly like snowflakes. Here it is.
I have the MOOR of the white particles in view below the capsule. They appear to would be traveling exactly my speed. There is one drifting off. It's going faster than I am, as a matter of fact. Roger, understand. I haven't seen the great numbers of these particles, but I've seen a few of them. Their motion is random. They look exactly like snowflakes to me. Roger, have you tried return? Negative. Let me get within scanner limits first. Say again. I must adjust my attitude to within scanner limits first. Roger. There were some more of those little particles. They definitely look like snowflakes this time. Roger, I understand your particles look like definite snowflakes. However, Roger.
Okay, let's go ahead and look at some of the video that was also released by the White House or the Defense Department. I'm not sure who exactly. So this is right here, some kind of weird looking, looks like a balloon, right? I mean, this is the thing. They release stuff that we could say, well, what exactly is that? Is that a balloon? Is that a flying object? Like, what is that? Here's another one.
So there was the reason I'm doing it. I'm showing you this is because there was one that came out. Check this out. That looked like the Silver Surfer. They had one of these joints that looked like the Silver Surfer. Hold up. Check this out. They call it an angels. First off, black people should never use the word angel. First off, because angel comes from the word angle, means England. That's what they used to call England, the Angles. Before they called them England, it was Angling, Angles, the Angles. That's white folks. Literally, and the word angel means white person. It's from England. So stop using the word angel, people. But this is the video right here. This looks like the Silver Surfer a little bit. This is an energy being. This, come on, man. Click off this goddamn thing. God damn. All right, here we go. So check this out.
ShopBerlinPackaging.com
Oh, come
for
on,
quick
man.
and easy online ordering of packaging supplies. Choose from.
All right, so look at this. What is that? Look at that. It looks like a person in the sky, chilling. What is that? Again, let's look at it again. One more time. Look at that. There's no doubt that we are not alone. That question has sailed. We just want to know who the fuck they are now. Look at this shit. Silver Surfer. Yo, plasma being. Yup. It does look like the Silver Surfer a little bit, don't it? It's a little house on the prairie, the Ingalls. Yep. Ingalls. Yep. Whoa, yeah. Ingalls, Angles. Yep, same thing. Fantastic Four. I don't know if that's what's his name? Flame On, whatever his name is. But damn. We just saw an energy being floating in the air. That looked human like a mother. I don't know what the hell y'all was looking at. That looked human to me. Let's do it. Look, one more time. One more again. Yeah, that's nuts. So whenever the Spielberg movie comes out, boom. They're going to try to tell you. I said they're going to tell you after the Spielberg movie around the election. Remember, that's my prediction. I said this over a year and something ago. Y'all better remember when I said this. They're going to tell you in 2026 after the summer. When I found out this movie was coming out, I knew it was coming after this movie. But before I found out this movie was coming out, I said they were going to do it sometime in 2026, most likely around the election. Right now, though, I think they're going to do it after the Disclosure Day movie comes out, because they just released another trailer for that, and Spielberg be talking about how there's a tape of Spielberg talking about how those extraterrestrials that he had in Close Encounters of the Third Kind was they were told to him by the consultants on the movie. They were told to him, this is how these beings look. That's why they look that's why they look real. They were like, nigga, this is how these beings look. He had a consultant, military, who had seen them. So you guys let me know, what should we be ready for up in here? He said UAP. He said UAP LGBT. The fairies. Because they fairies. You funny, bro. He said, hey, nigga, the LGBT, the UAP LGBT. That's funny. The NORAD. No, Norman Rad. Yeah, the Silver Surfer. But I just put that together. Did they get NORAD from Norman Rad? Because NORAD is where they do the missile. They do the missile launching and all that. NORAD. Did they get that from Norman Rad? Something to ponder there. Did they get NORAD from Norman Rad? So, again, we don't know. But they're going to tell us real soon. Real goddamn soon. They're going to let you in. Glock is coming. That means, where is the KFC? Nigga, where the KFC? Like, I'm Glock and I'm here for the KFC. So we're going to see Glock real soon. But does it matter? Does it really matter? This is the thing. They keep acting like this is going to matter. Like, is your life going to change if they brought Glock out on TV and show you and tell you what's going to change for you? Are you going to not have to pay your rent? Is gas prices going to go away? Are they going to give you free food? Because if none of this is happening, Glock coming out is not going to do anything. Nigga, what I want to know is, do you have an NBA on your planet? Are we gonna have an interstellar basketball association, the IBA? That's what I want to know. Do you ball Glock? Because now I'm interested. If you can dunk like Jordan and Kobe, if you got handles like that, I'm all in, Glock. I want to see the IBA, the International Basketball Association, or excuse me, the Interstellar Basketball Association. That's what that is. The Interstellar Basketball Association. I'm down for that, Glock. Otherwise, I don't give a shit. It don't really matter. Glock, unless Glock is delivering your DoorDash, does it really affect you? No. You still gonna have to follow these laws. You still gonna have to pay the rent. Still gonna have to fucking buy your gas. You're gonna have to do all of this shit. The only other thing is that Glock exists now. That's it. So don't get distracted by the bullshit. But that did look like the Silver Surfer. I'm just saying. So moving along. the UFO, because of the UFOs, they're about to have a meeting on June the 5th at the White House. There's a call. All these damn advertisements. So a UFO and alien evidence to take center stage on Capitol Hill in just a few days. So they're about to have another hearing. Did you hear about this? That they're about to have an alien hearing? A UFO alien hearing? You didn't hear nothing about it. So check it out. Supporters of UFO disclosure say the movement has reached a tipping point, with President Donald Trump ordering the declassification of UAP-related materials and public interest surging worldwide. A coalition of lawmakers, whistleblowers, and researchers is preparing what they describe as a historic push for transparency. On June 9th, coming up, on June 9th, David Grush, he was the first dude that came out and said he saw the egg UFO and all the rest of that stuff. David Grush and several members of Congress will gather at the U.S. Capitol to call for the public release of UFO-related evidence he says remains hidden in classified government channels. Release it all. They're about to go to Capitol Hill and say, stop the bullshit, trickle release, the cold trickle release, and give us everything. Who knows what that reference was right there? I said cold trickle release. If you know what that is, you're a real movie head. If you know who cold trickle is, let me see. Put it in the comments. Don't Google it. Don't Google cold trickle. But if you know who it is, you're a real movie head. This says Grush previously testified under oath before Congress in 2023, claiming he had firsthand knowledge of secret government programs involving technology of non-human origin. The former intelligence officer is expected to outline why he believes those materials should now be reviewed and released to the public. President Trump now has an historic opportunity. This is quote, "This press conference is about moving from testimony to action," Grush said. "Let the American people judge the facts for themselves." Damn right. God damn it. Did anybody? Oh, you got it. Somebody got it. Somebody get it? Who got it? Who got it first? Who got it first? It was, that's right, Corey. What you know about cold trickle, Corey? About to go watch some cold trickle later. Days of Thunder. That was a hell of a movie. That's one of Tom Cruise's best movies. Days of Thunder. Shout out to Tom Cruise. So need to judge for themselves. The event comes after the Trump administration has released 2 batches of UFO files this month, with the first dump on May 8th. Investigative filmmaker and moderator of the meeting, James Fox, said the public deserves real answers. Congress deserves access, and reality should not be classified. No, let us know. Nigga, there's a whole lot of people ain't gonna be able to handle aliens existing. If our requests are fulfilled, this could change the course of history. So it's the event is set for 1 p.m. Eastern. That's 10 a.m. West Coast time. The event set for 1 p.m. Eastern will feature remarks from Representatives Eric Burlison, Jared Motzkovitz, Anna Paulina Luna. What up, Anna Paulina Luna? What up, girl? God damn, that girl fine. Anna Paulina and Tim Burchett. Tim Burchett is my new favorite congressman. Tim Burchett is a skater, skateboarder. He skateboard. I used to be a skateboarder back in the day. Tim Burchett is a skateboarder who he still skates right now, and he makes his own skateboards and sells them. Shout out to Tim Burchett. I fuck with you, boy. You a skater, my nigga? That was me. Oh, back in the day. Shout out to Tony Hawk. It says Tim Burchett and additional participants to be announced. Burleson said in a press release, President Trump is the first president to take concrete, blah, 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 whatever. He is, but this is a distraction because he don't want you thinking about the Epstein files. Ever since he released the UFO files, has anybody been talking about Epstein? Nope. Nope. And then he still hasn't really released anything, significant with UFOs, unless you really go through it and you put 2 and 2 together. You got to connect the dots yourself. He has really, in those files, they're telling you aliens exist. They're here, but they haven't come out with Gov't on the 11 o'clock news. That's the only thing they haven't done. But they basically told you these niggas exist. Whole bunch of technology, a bunch of beings, 4 different types of aliens, fucking a praying mantis, a gray, a reptilian, the Igigi, and the Nordic one. But there's far more aliens. And again, what about the ones who created the first humans on planet Earth? The super dark, melanated, curly-haired aliens. Where they at? They coming back real soon, and they know it. And I think they're trying to get ready. I think they're preparing. This is why this release is coming out, because they know the real Anunnaki is coming. So they're trying to prepare everybody right now. Because when the real Anunnaki come through, it's gonna be like, God damn. Like, God damn, nigga. So again, shout out to Tim Burchett, skater. Hey, that's my skater brethren right here, baby. Man, I used to love skateboarding back in the day, man. I was a BMXer, had the BMX, had my I had a couple of BMX, had a Mongoose, had a Schwinn, had a Red Line too. Red Line got fucked up. Y'all know if anybody's a bicycle person, y'all know those bikes, y'all know what those bikes are. Red Line, Schwinn, and Mongoose. y'all, if y'all know, you know. So just saying, I was a big nerd back in the day. So you had a GT dyno. So moving along, aliens are among us. Now I showed you a video before that you guys had. I wanted you guys to tell me if you thought these aliens were real. Oh, so before I get into that though, my bad. I got one more. Sorry. I got one more before I get into that. Oops. Hold on, damn it, where'd it go? Oh no. Hold on, guys. I gotta find this. Hold on, real quick. So this story came out. I don't know. I thought I had it. Hold on, real quick. God dang it. Oh, man. What the hell? Hold on, real quick. So this is a story about 23andMe. And I had the story and I can't find it. Hold on. God damn, man. All right, I can't find the damn story. But 23andMe, though, apparently 23andMe is they were taking your DNA to test for alien DNA. I can't find the damn story. Oh man. Can't believe I can't find the damn story. But 23andMe, and you guys should not have been sending out your DNA to these companies. So 23andMe and what was it, Ancestry.com found out that they were testing people. And you know these people have been bought out by BlackRock and Vanguard and all that. So you should not be giving over your DNA to these companies. Because you know that you don't read the fine print. In the DNA, they own it. They own your DNA. So they can create clones of you. They can use your DNA to create medicines and all kind of shit. And you can't do anything about it. Like if Henrietta Lacks sent her DNA, her cells in to 23andMe, they could what they did this after she died, right? But had she done this when she was alive and sent her stuff into 23andMe or Ancestry.com, they could have used her cells to create all these vaccines that they've used her cells to create today, just without, with her consent. When you give over your DNA and all that shit, you give it up. It's no longer yours. So 23andMe, looking for alien DNA. So what's the rarest blood type? Does anybody know the rarest blood type that they say might be alien blood type? It's only 1% of the planet has this blood type. Only 1%. Does anybody know the blood type? The 1% of the blood type. No, it's not O. It's negative, but what negative? Because there's an O negative, there's A negative, B negative, there's a bunch of negatives. Which negative is it? What is the rarest? Nope, not O negative. Not O negative. They're said this is alien DNA or the alien blood type. Nope, it's AB negative. AB negative is the rarest blood type in the world. Very rare. So if you ever get shot and you AB negative, nigga, that may be they don't have a lot of extra AB negative blood. There's not a lot of people who are AB negative, and then probably not a lot of AB negative people give blood. If you have AB negative blood, your blood is worth a lot of money. Go to a blood bank. They'll pay you extra for your blood. Jeffrey Hicks, appreciate you reminding me of my bike. Love you had the GT? That's what's up. You had the GT too? Oh, Charlie Scott, man, appreciate you. And Darius Foster, thank you guys for the cash apps. Thank you guys. You're always hooking me up.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Man, so you said you had a GT? What you know about that? Was you racing though? My friend's dad was into racing. So he was into the BMX, and he was into the BMX events. He used to train some cats for the BMX events. And so that's how I got in it back in the day. I was young. I was I was real young when I was doing it. I was only like 12 when I was doing BMX. 11, I think 11 or 12. It was off the chain. I used to love that. Then I had a crazy accident, and I was like, I'm good. I had a crazy accident where I jumped. I hit this hill, this ramp, and jumped. And when I was in the air, my wheel came off in the air. My front wheel came off, and everything was like slow motion. And I seen the wheel go in front of me, spin in front of me, and I was like, oh no. And I was falling, and I could see it. And I had my the forks of the bike. I could see the forks coming down onto the ground. Blam! Hit that motherfucker. Bow! Hit my face. Chip my shit up. Fuck my whole shit up, man. I was like, you know what? I'm good. Fuck all this shit. I'm straight. I was like, fuck that shit. But he says Kev thought it was RH. No, they call it the golden blood type. No, AB negative is the rarest blood type in the world. It's only 1%. Go look it up. AB negative. Not a lot of people. Very, very few people have AB negative blood. It's like hardly none. Hardly no people have AB negative blood. So again, whatever they're looking for, they own that DNA. So what if they did find, because this is what I think they're looking for. There's supposed talks about how the aliens have created hybrids. there are a bunch of alien hybrids walking. If you watched not X-Men, but the X-Files. If you watch the X-Files, that was the plot of the X-Files. The aliens, they had a whole bunch of hybrids walking around here, and they were trying to get hybrids. They were trying to create hybrids because they were going to take over the world, and they were creating hybrids. So the elite were trying to create hybrids. They were trying to make hybrids out of themselves so that they wouldn't fully change when the aliens took over. So they knew the aliens were coming. So they made a deal. The elite made a deal with the aliens that they would create some type of vaccine where when the aliens released their pathogen on the world, that it wouldn't affect the elites of the world. They would still have some type of alien DNA within them, but they would maintain their human form. That was in the X-Files. So what I think 23andMe and all they're looking for the hybrids, because there also came out in files that they said that humans had been altered 64 times by extraterrestrial or non-human intelligence. 64 times the human has been altered. So they're looking for those people. I think they're looking for those altered hybrid alien people. So are you one? You never know. Are you one of them? So moving along. So aliens are among us. So this is the video I wanted to show you guys. Are the aliens here? So check this out. This is another video. Now, this is a video about Mount Shasta. If you don't know about Mount Shasta has a lot of alien UFO activity happening around it all the time. Supposedly, it's an alien base. It's one of the alien bases. Also, another one of the alien bases is in Sedona, which is where, again, if you guys want to do the trip, let me know. Make sure you put it in the chat and in the comments. If you want to do the Sedona trip in April of 2027, let me know. Well, I'll set it up. You got to let me know early, though, because I have to set the trip up a couple months in advance. So make sure you guys let me know if you want to do that. We'll do it. I've been to Sedona many times. So many times. I know that place like the back of my hand. If you want to do a tour of all the vortex spots. So we can do that. Grand Canyon, I haven't been to the Grand Canyon as much. Only a few times. So I don't know the Grand Canyon as much. But Sedona is like my second home. I know every damn place in Sedona. I know every place in Sedona. Like I went to some place and some dude, I didn't even know him. When I went to the store and I walked into the crystal shop, he's like, "Hey, welcome home." He just shook my hand. He's like, "Welcome home." I was like, "Do I know you?" But they understand. The energy in Sedona is way different. But again, you guys let me know if this is real, because I was watching this and then one of these hit me and I was like, what would you do if you saw this nigga here? We gotta
For over 9,000 years, Mount Shasta has been considered sacred land by many Native American tribes. But what if those ancient artifacts don't just tell us about the past? What if the thing that was once worshipped, feared, and passed down through generations is still appearing around this mountain in the latest videos? Have you ever wondered what an ordinary person would do when they discover a creature that science has never recorded? Let's hear the story of David Miller, 34 years old, a software engineer living in Seattle. He came to Mount Shasta over the weekend to go trail running after a stressful week at work. He's not a hunter, and he's not a conspiracy theorist. He just happened to pull out his phone and record this thing. One autumn afternoon, David was flying his drone to capture the panoramic view of Mount Shasta from a dry patch of land. When he zoomed in on an area with low bushes, he spotted a strange creature. It stood upright like a human, its whole body covered in dark fur, taller than any average person. That creature didn't run away. It just stood still, turned its face toward the drone.
So is that a bear? Because a lot of people saying it was a bear standing up. Does that look like a bear? Standing up to you guys? Does that look like a goddamn bear? There's no way that looked like a goddamn bear standing on his highest legs. They just pulled that out their ass.
Covered in dark fur, taller than any average person. That creature didn't run away. It just stood still, turned its face toward the drone, and observed. Then it gently turned its back, walked into the bushes, and vanished. David recalls that in that
Yeah, real quick. Make sure y'all hit the like button and I forgot to mention it at the beginning, but the hype button too. Slide over the comment section and then find the hype button and hit that hype button. Again, at the very least, take off your shoes when you come up in here. Don't disrespect the dojo. Please hit the like button for all the new people. All right, here
At
we
moment,
go.
he didn't know whether to run or to keep recording. He decided to stay quiet and let the drone follow that creature.
He said, Captain Caveman. That's hilarious.
When he landed and checked the memory card, he realized he had recorded nearly 3 minutes, but only the first 20 seconds showed the creature clearly. The rest was just treetops and shadows. After posting it on Reddit, the video got over 1,500 comments in the first 2 hours. Some people called him a fraud. Others shared similar stories. One comment made him think twice. I saw it there in 2019. Be careful. David never went back to that area. He didn't delete the video, but he also didn't release any more information. When asked why, he just said, I don't want my family to get involved. If you were a biologist sent to analyze this video and had to give a conclusion within 60 seconds, what would you say? Would you conclude it's a bear standing on 2 legs, an optical illusion, or an undocumented creature? Leave your argument in the comments. Now, while videos like these always spark curiosity, biologists demand physical evidence, fur samples, footprints, or environmental DNA, eDNA, before confirming a new species. Up around Mount Shasta, a black bear standing on its hind legs at a distance can easily be mistaken for something humanoid. The phenomenon of pareidolia, that tendency our brains have to automatically spot faces and human shapes in vague details, also plays a huge role in encounters like this one. When I was a kid, my grandfather used to tell me about a forest man he encountered when he was young.
Yeah, real quick, Roger Groves, appreciate you, brother. What'd you say? I used to go to Sedona and Mount Shasta a lot. I've seen some strange stuff. Yeah, buddy. Mount Shasta, UFO, Bigfoot sightings. I was not high. I swear. Yeah, I swear I wasn't high. I swear. I wasn't high. Sure, we believe you. We believe you, Raj. We believe you, brother. Hilarious. Real quick, make sure you go to realnagas.com. If you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, bam, remember you get the whole police stop law package for free. Boom, you get the whole police stop law package, Know Your Rights Manual, Public Official Bonds book, Constitutional Rights card, qualified immunity notices, and card and notice with the police stop flashcards. You get all of that for free. It's worth like $200 right here, but I'm also going to give you the 3 Rapstrology t-shirts. And again, let me know, you guys, if this one right here, if you like the blue, if you guys like the blue Rapstrology, again, I'm not necessarily a blue lover. I'm not a blue hater. I'm just not a blue lover. So again, you guys let me know if this color, if you like this color right here. Bam. And this is what it looks like on the shirt with the white text. Bam. Now that I see it on the shirt, it don't look bad at all. I just didn't see it on the shirt. Now that I see it on the shirt, it's pretty fire, actually. But you guys let me know. Is the blue cool? I'll put it in the store today if you guys like the blue. If not, I may change up the color. Blue is cool. You say you can't believe DOS effects. What you mean? They not gone. They here. I got DOS effects on here. I got DOS effects on there. Oh, Sharif Finley, appreciate you. Thank you for the cash app. And you too, Roger Grove.
May the force be with you.
All right, let's get back to these damn aliens, because some of these are crazy as hell. And you got to see. Come on, man. What the hell is going on with this shit? Yo, something's happening with my All right, here we go.
I never believed it until I watched this clip. The story is told by an anonymous hunter who placed a trail camera deep in the jungle at the base of Mount Shasta. He didn't want to reveal his identity for fear of being mocked by the hunting community. He just wanted to record the local wildlife. One dark night, his trail camera was triggered. In the frame, a creature standing over 10 feet tall appeared.
Look at that!
Its body was so skinny that every rib bone was visible. Its skin was a pale, faint green, glowing weakly under the infrared light. Most notably, its eyes were very large, and its eyelids didn't blink naturally but slid vertically, like elevator doors. The hunter didn't report the footage to the authorities because he was afraid no one would believe him. But he believes it's proof of the Lemurians, an ancient race said to live in the underground city of Telos beneath Mount Shasta. He recalls that when he first watched the footage, he had to replay it 5 times to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. It didn't look anything like any animal I've ever seen. It looked more like a human, but not human. After the clip was released, many people in the paranormal community shared similar experiences. Some said they, too, had seen a creature with vertically sliding eyes in the forests near Mount Shasta. No one could explain why its eyelids work that way. Do you believe this creature is actively trying to avoid being detected by the trail camera, or are they just randomly passing through that area? If you were that hunter, would you stay silent or release the footage for scientists to analyze? Pick a side and explain your reasoning. Have you ever been alone in the woods at night? Do you ever feel like someone is watching you? Listen to the story of Mike, 27, a biology student from Oregon. He came to Mount Shasta on a weekend trip to camp and stargaze. He's a nature lover, but he never thought he would witness a phenomenon that science has never recorded. Around 2 inches the morning, Mike woke up needing to pee and stepped out of his tent. As he was walking toward a bush, he heard a strange noise above him. He looked up and saw a creature hovering in the darkness. Its eyes were fiery red, glowing in the night. Its wings were like a bat's, but much larger, stretching about 10 feet wide. Mike tremblingly took out his phone and recorded. In the clip, you can see a pitch black body.
What is that? What the fuck is that?
10 feet wide, very red, glowing in the night. Its wings were like.
Now, I'll say this: the glowing eyes are probably the reflection of the light, like cats and dogs at night. When you take a picture of them at night, it looks like their eyes are glowing. So that might be what that is. But what the hell is that thing?
Like a bat's, but much larger, stretching about 10 feet wide. Mike tremblingly took out his phone and recorded. In the clip, you can see a pitch black body, bat wings, and glowing red eyes. The creature glided over him, then vanished into the forest. Mike recalls that he didn't dare to breathe for a full 5 minutes afterward. I thought I was going to die, but it didn't attack. It just watched me and flew away. After he went back to the tent and told his friends, many said he was hallucinating, but Mike doesn't buy it. He researched giant bats and found that no bat has glowing red eyes like that. When he looked into Zuni mythology, he discovered a creature called the Satet, a winged guardian entity with glowing red eyes that lives in deep caves beneath the mountain. You know, Mike is a biology student, and I believe he really saw something. But here's an interesting fact. The largest bat on the planet, the golden-crowned flying fox from the Philippines, has a maximum wingspan of only about 5.5 feet, which is almost half of the nearly 10-foot span Mike described. And those glowing red eyes, very likely just the light from his flashlight or phone screen, reflecting off the tapetum lucidum in nocturnal animals' eyes. The same effect that makes a cat's or dog's eyes light up when you take a flash photo. As for the Zuni legend of Satet, that's a guardian entity in mythology, with no biological record whatsoever to back it up. So the question is, did a real creature spark a legend, or did a legend color an experience in the dark? What's your take?
These are crazy. Watch this. I think this next one. Look at this.
A comment on Reddit reads, I saw it there. Don't try to find it. This clip was recorded just 2 days after that comment. The story is told by a hiker named Sarah, 29, a biology teacher living in California. She has climbed Mount Shasta many times and knows the terrain well. She's not someone who scares easily, but this time was different.
Yo, we might have to take a trip to Mount Shasta. That may be the lit if y'all ain't scared, because they're gonna show one in a minute that's gonna fuck you up. Even that, this is crazy too. This motherfucker, that's crazy. The first one they showed, this one, and then they're gonna show another one in a minute. Those are the 3 craziest ones on here to me. So you saw the first one that looked like the Crypt Keeper, whatever, a sleep stack Crypt Keeper. Then you just saw this, you got to see this white one right here. This is crazy. And then there's going to be another one on Mount Shasta that's really nuts.
On a winter day, Sarah was walking across a snow-covered meadow when she stopped. At the edge of the forest, a tall creature stood still. It was pale white, skinny, and didn't have a single hair on its body. Its face was human-like, but lifeless, with jet black eyes. It stood there for a few seconds, then slowly turned its back and walked into the woods. Sarah recalls that she didn't dare move for a full 15 minutes. I was scared that if I moved, it would come back. When she finally dared to leave, she ran for 1.25 miles straight to her car. She didn't dare go back for the things she left behind. After posting the video online, many commented that this creature might be a Lemurian, adapting to the snowy environment. Others said it's connected to the story of the unusually tall woman with blue eyes who rescued a lost hiker in a cave. But no one could explain why this creature was so pale, skinny, and hairless. Imagine you are Sarah. Would you go back to that area to look for evidence, or would you treat it as a personal experience and never share it with anyone? If you went back, what would you bring? A professional camera, a trail camera, or just a walking stick for self-defense? Leave your plan in the comments. Have you ever thought that you'd be walking alone in the woods and have a creature over 8 feet tall step right past you? Let's hear the story of Jake, 42, an electronics technician living in Nevada. He came to Mount Shasta to rest after a stressful year of work. He wasn't a Bigfoot believer, but after this trip, he changed his mind. Jake was walking through a dense forest when he heard a loud noise up ahead. When he stopped and looked up, a huge creature covered in black fur was walking
Yo, these are real videos of people from Mount Shasta. These ain't fake AI videos. These are real videos of people from Mount Shasta. He saw this big thing. Now remember, about a couple of months ago, I showed you the guy who went and found the Sasquatches, and there was a bunch of them. Remember? It was a kid, it was a child one, it was a woman, there was a grown, there was a man. Remember all those goddamn Sasquatches? We saw them already. They've already shown that they exist. So this is one of them.
straight toward him. It stood over 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders, and moved with the confidence of an animal that knows it's the king of these woods. Jake froze. He didn't dare breathe. The creature stopped about 33 feet away from him, turned its head, and looked at him with deep-set eyes. Then, without a sound, it continued walking right past him. Jake recalls that he didn't sleep for 3 days afterward. I thought I was going to die, but it didn't attack. It just watched me and let me pass. When he told the story to his friends, one buddy suggested that this creature's behavior matches exactly the description of the Watcher from the Book of Enoch, an ancient Jewish religious text. According
the host is an AI. Yes, whoever made this video put this through an AI host, to break it down. Yes, they did do that. The videos, though, are absolutely real. They're all from Mount Shasta. These are verified people who took videos on Mount Shasta or pictures on Mount Shasta.
to the Book of Enoch, the Watchers are fallen angels. To his friends, one buddy suggested that this creature's behavior matches exactly the description of the Watcher from the Book of Enoch, an ancient Jewish religious text. According to the Book of Enoch, the Watchers are fallen angels, cast down to earth, tasked with guarding and protecting sacred territories. When humans trespass, they don't attack immediately but observe.
Fallen angels. Who would that be again? The Jewish text? In the Jewish text, the Book of Enoch, again, another book that you don't see out there in the open. Why is the Book of Enoch not ever talked about? You don't ever hear shit about the Book of Enoch. That's where all the crazy shit that happened back in the day is in that book. And you got these Watchers, the fallen angels. Again, that would be the Igigi. Remember, the fallen angels are the equivalent of the Igigi. The Igigi got left here, everybody. Just so we're clear, the Igigi did not leave the planet Earth. They did not leave here. The Anunnaki, after they fought the Anunnaki, they stayed. After they got their asses whooped, they got left here. So whatever happened to the Igigi, they're still here, or their descendants are still here somewhere.
Assess the threat, then decide whether to act. Before you connect this creature to the fallen angels in the Book of Enoch, let me borrow a minute to talk about animal behavior. Large animals like black bears and moose, when they suddenly encounter a human, usually don't attack right away. They keep their distance, observe, assess the threat, and then slowly walk away. That's survival behavior, not supernatural intelligence. But we humans have a hard-to-break habit called confirmation bias, where once we hold a belief, we unconsciously pick out details that fit that belief. Jake didn't believe in Bigfoot until he met it, but once he was terrified and started telling the story, it was easy for friends and even himself to dress it up in myth. So was what Jake saw a flesh and blood watcher, or just an animal turned into legend by a mind trembling deep in the woods? Do you dare to stand your ground? Do you believe that clear proof of an extraterrestrial creature didn't come from some remote wilderness, but from the forest right next to Mount Shasta? The story is told by an independent researcher named Elias Thorne, 55, a former forest ranger who spent 30 years of his life exploring the woods of Northern California. He wasn't a UFO believer, but a chance discovery in an old archive in the town of Eureka made him change his mind. In 2021, Elias stumbled upon a lost 8mm film reel from 1968 labeled Geological Survey, Bear Creek area. This footage was shot by a U.S. Forest Service survey team studying the ecosystem in the Shasta Trinity National Forest, near coordinates 41.2 degrees north, 122.4 degrees west. When Elias ran the reel, he couldn't believe his eyes. In the footage, a creature about 7 feet tall.
Look at that. If you saw that shit walking in the wood, what the fuck would you do? Come on, man. I'm like, I saw this. I just started laughing. I was like, there's nothing you can do but just start laughing. If I saw that in the woods, I just had to start laughing. Like, you be scared of shit at first, but then at the end of the day, you just gotta be like, nigga, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck, nigga? Why do you look like that? And I know you saying the same thing. Why do I look like this? But we on my planet right now. So why the fuck do you look like that? You just had to start clowning. You couldn't, what could you do? What could you do, man? Look at this thing.
is standing among ancient tree trunks. Its body is skinny, with grayish-green scales, and its legs are bent backwards like a reptile's. Its face is not a human face. It has a long snout, large protruding eyes, and a long tongue hanging out. Its hands have long, sharp claws. It stands still for a few seconds, watching the survey team with an unafraid gaze, then slowly turns its back and disappears into the woods. Elias recalls that he watched the film 10 times to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. It doesn't look like any animal I've ever seen. It stands upright, but it's not human. It has scales, but it's not a reptile. It's something in between. After releasing the footage, researchers linked this creature's appearance to reports of reptiloids, a race of reptilian extraterrestrials often described in North American encounters. If this creature really is a reptiloid, then its presence right next to Mount Shasta further supports the theory of an under...
Look at this damn thing! What in the entire fuck? Oh my
ground
God.
base beneath the mountain. If you were Elias, would you release this footage to the world, or would you keep it hidden because you're afraid revealing the truth might attract government attention? Pick a side and explain your reasoning.
We smoking a peace pipe.
Have you ever thought that the forest, right at the base of Mount Shasta, might be hiding an extraterrestrial race? An independent scientific expedition
That's the crazy
led by
one
a
right here,
biologist
too. Check
named
this
Dr.
out.
Maria Gonzalez, 49,
This is the
just
other
released a
crazy-
clip recorded from a trail camera placed deep
This is actually the one I was talking about. If you saw this one, this is much more clear. This is an even clearer video.
inside the Shasta Trinity National Forest, near coordinates 40.9 degrees
Look
north,
at that!
122.6 degrees west. And what they found is making researchers go silent. The footage was shot at night with infrared light on the 15th of November.
So what you guys are seeing is enhanced. This is enhanced. This is at night. They shot this shit at night. This is not AI because the AI video only came out in 2025. They didn't have AI video until 2025. So this is not AI. Yo, what the hell would you do if this thing is walking? What if you saw that? That's the one I said I would just start laughing. I just had to start laughing. Like, nigga, come on, man. I look at it and be like, dog, come on, bruh. For real? Like, nigga, what the hell, man?
An extraterrestrial race, an independent scientific expedition led by a biologist named Dr. Maria Gonzalez, 49, just released a clip recorded from a trail camera placed deep inside the Shasta Trinity National Forest, near coordinates 40.9 degrees north, 122.6 degrees west. And what they found is making researchers go silent. The footage was shot at night with infrared light on the 15th of November, 2023. In the frame, a creature over 8 feet tall is walking through the dense forest. Its body is covered in short, dark brown fur, but its face looks exactly like a human's, with a nose, eyes, and ears.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't hunch over like an animal, but stands upright and walks like an ordinary person. The most unusual thing is that its eyes glow a strange blue under the infrared light. A blue, like some kind of gemstone never seen in nature. Dr. Gonzalez recalls that she couldn't sleep for 3 nights after watching the footage. It's not a bear. It's not a human. It's something completely different. I've spent my whole life studying animals in this region, and I have never seen anything like this.
Yo,
after the footage
what
was
the hell
released,
is that?
many people connected it to reports of forest people, a mysterious creature that the native tribes of the Shasta region have told stories about for centuries. But the standout detail is its blue eyes. Some researchers suggest that this eye color isn't natural, but a sign of bioluminescence, a trait often seen in creatures that live in deep caves without sunlight. If this creature lives beneath Mount Shasta, then its blue eyes might be the result of thousands of years of evolution in total darkness. If you were Dr. Gonzalez, do you believe this creature is a new, undocumented species, or would you immediately contact government agencies to report that you found evidence of extraterrestrials? Leave your thoughts in the comments.
I feel you. I ain't trying to see that either, but what
You know,
gonna
not
do?
all aliens have big heads, black eyes, and gray skin. People who've encountered the Nordic beings describe them as incredibly beautiful, with flowing blonde hair, fair skin, and supermodel bodies. And the most famous story about this group is tied to Mount Shasta and a man named Valiant Thor. The story begins in 1957, when a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed man showed up at the Pentagon. He called himself Valiant Thor and claimed to be from Venus, a planet where, according to him, an advanced civilization has existed for thousands of years. Thor said he was over 900 years old, could speak more than 500 languages, and could teleport between dimensions. Many government officials...
This is a real story. This is a true story. I heard this story 30 years ago. So this is a true story.
believe Thor
They called him Val Thor. That was the name they had for him. He says his name was Valiant Thor, but they called him Val Thor.
is one of the Nordic beings living beneath Mount Shasta, and that he came to Washington to help solve the nuclear crisis that was threatening the world. Declassified documents later revealed that Thor met with President Eisenhower in the Oval Office, and some sources say he stayed in Washington for several months to advise scientists on energy technology. Believers in this theory think that Thor and the Nordic beings are protecting humanity from threats posed by other alien races, and that they chose Mount Shasta as their base of operations. However, many skeptics argue the Valiant Thor story is just a hoax staged by government agencies to divert public attention. They say there's no scientific evidence proving the existence of a blonde-haired alien from Venus. If you were an intelligence analyst...
So we have so many now accounts now of the Nordics, what they call Ashtar Command. This is what Malachi York called them, Ashtar Command, or, you know, just the tall whites, the Nordics, whatever. Again, if you haven't seen the documentary, Walking with the Tall Whites, it's on YouTube. Go watch that video. Go watch that documentary. So it's like a hour-and-a-half movie about this guy who worked with him for like years. This is a guy who worked with these motherfuckers for years, telling you all about him. What he did with him. One almost killed him because it was scared of him. Then I mean, he breaking all of it down. He's breaking it all of it down. Walking through the facility, trying not to look at him because he didn't want to actually believe like it was real, or he didn't want to scare them, or he didn't want them to kill him. It was crazy. So go watch that video, Walking with the Tall Whites. But yeah, so you guys can watch the rest of that. We're not gonna watch all of that. But those were the best ones in that video to me. Now you tell me, are we walking around with aliens? Yeah, that's what they say. They have, at the very least, they have a partnership, an equal partnership with the government. So who knows if that's real? I do believe the guy in that movie though, Walking with the Tall Whites. I mean, this nigga did not skip a beat when he was talking about this stuff. Did not skip a beat. Talking about telling his wife. His wife told him to shut the hell up. Don't tell nobody else. I mean, damn. So again, shout out to the brother. Now moving along in nigga news. These nicotine takeovers are getting out of hand. They're getting out of control. And so this falls back on the melanated community. When you got all these teenagers, and most of them are melanated, 97% of them are melanated, who does this fall back on? When they're just doing this, they call it teen takeovers. You don't get to take over the goddamn city. You don't get to terrorize the goddamn city just because you want to. Again, this is the degradation of America, but also majorly the degradation of the melanated community. Your stock is going down. I've been talking about this for years. How melanated people, your stock is going down. You don't want to learn anything about the system. You don't want to work with the system. You don't want to use the system to your advantage. So the system says, all right, we'll throw you niggas away then. Once we've used you up and you're no more used to the system, we just got to throw you away because you're not valuable anymore. You don't know how to vote. You don't know anything about the laws. You don't know really how to be activist without violence. You don't know how to get anything changed. Don't know how to get any bills written up. You don't know shit. So we're just gonna import more Hispanics. We're gonna import more motherfuckers to do your job, to do what you're supposed to be doing over here. So these teen takeovers are a major backlash to the melanated community. And no matter if you say, well, that ain't me, that ain't my kid, again, collectively, this is what they will think about the community when this constantly goes on.
As the city falls into disarray. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker absolutely tears into the mayor of Chicago, calling Brandon Johnson incompetent, unserious, and utterly disorganized as the city falls into disarray. You know you are truly an abject failure when J.B. Pritzker is publicly criticizing a member of his own party to this degree. As always, like the video and subscribe to the channel. But let's start in Chicago, where 5 police officers were run over during a recent teen takeover.
A dozen people shot and injured across.
5 police officers ran over by these kids. 5 police officers. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I'd have shot every last one of them in the face. Right between the goddamn eyes, nigga. I don't give a goddamn. A car is a weapon. When you take a car and you try to run somebody over, that's a weapon. The police officers can shoot you with, and we've seen it. If we've been in police stop law class, we've seen people get shot up in the tens of like 30 times, 40, 50 times. We've seen it. Nigga, the cops had unloaded on the whole car. So the fact that these police officers didn't shoot at these kids, that's shout out to the police officers for real. That they didn't pull their weapons and shoot not one of these kids, and 5 of them got ran over. Oh yeah, I'd have blew their motherfucking face off. I'm gonna tell you right now, nigga, I'd have blew your motherfucking face off.
The city, including several teams. Mike Tobin has the latest. Mike.
Well, Dana, here we go again. Summer kicks off the holiday when we're supposed to remember those who paid the ultimate price in service of the nation, and the whole thing gets overwhelmed by violence. Early Sunday morning, another teen takeover a little west of the University of Illinois at Chicago. Chicago police showed up to disperse a crowd, and they were rammed by a car. 5 officers were transported to local hospitals. Each officer survived. Now, police say the driver's 18-year-old Rashad Johnson. He had a weapon with him. He's facing multiple felony charges, including attempted murder, and he's expected in court today. That takeover, just one of many across the city. In the Little Village neighborhood, officers heard gunfire, responded, and found 14 shot. The youngest, 14 years old. The gunman fled the scene. Chicago mayor
then found 14 shot. This dude says we're doing better because only 40-something people were killed or something this year. He called out some number and said we're doing better, but it was a whole bunch of people still killed. This dude is crazy, man. We're doing better. The deaths are dropping. They don't have to be any deaths. You see DC? They did a story on Washington, DC. They said DC has flipped. DC is completely changed. You can come outside now. You can go to monuments. Trump cleaned that bitch up. Put water in the what is the mirror pond in front of the obelisk. I mean, you can actually go out and have fun again in DC since Trump has been president. That's what you do. You clean that shit up. Some of these little niggas ain't savable. You got to get them niggas out of here. Sometimes you have to let stock go. Once you lost a lot of stock, you got to cut your losses and start over again. We got to start with the younger generation because Generation Z, they're lost. Most of these niggas is lost. They're gone. Social media, the LGBT mafia, indoctrinating them in school, the Democrats everywhere else indoctrinating them. So and then no good mentorship for these cats anymore. They have been lost. Most of these niggas have been lost. And no matter how hard you try to talk to these niggas, they can't even read. You got a whole generation of cats that can't read. Was looking at a professor the other day at a college. This nigga said, he was a history professor. He said it's so bad that because he gets reports in, and the reports are so badly written that he has to correct some of the language. He has to correct the language before he can even evaluate if the history information in it is right. And he said, this is getting fucking crazy. These niggas can't write sentences. They don't know how to spell. They can't punctuate. They can't do anything. So melanated people, either you start raising the stock of your community or you will get wiped out. Because it ain't no one gives a shit about the community if you don't. It's not their community. So why the fuck should they give a hell about it? If you let it go to shit, why the fuck should anyone care?
Brandon Johnson went back to a familiar message and said parents need to know where their kids are at 1:30 in the morning.
Now, you heard they said
that was his response. You should know where your kids are at 1:30 in the morning. Not that I'm going to I'm not going to hold everybody accountable. I'm not going to bring in the criminals. I'm not going to do none of that. No, that's racist in his book. Making black people accountable for their actions, their crimes, is racist. Fucking insane. Because niggas can't commit crimes. It's their environment that makes them do the crime. So no matter if they do the crime, you got to excuse it. Fuck that. But no, I know where you need to know where your kids are at 1:30 in the morning. That's going to make it better. Okay.
It's only one of many teen takeovers that were popping up across Chicago. Well, let's take a look at one of the other ones that was happening simultaneously on the beaches of Lake Michigan, where 53 people were arrested and more people got shot.
Video from the evening of Memorial Day shows large crowds of teens taking over 57th Street Beach and streets in Hyde Park. Police said there were hundreds, several hundred. The rowdy crowd is seen fighting, dancing on top of squad cars, and throwing objects at officers as police tried to clear the area. Chicago police say 53 people were arrested and 9 weapons, including guns, knives, tasers, and bear mace, were recovered. About half of those charged were minors for things like weapons charges, reckless conduct, and failing to disperse. Police are also still searching for the gunman who shot and injured an 18-year-old and 2 19-year-olds just hours after the crowd moved into Hyde Park later that night, just blocks away.
So this all culminated in a Memorial Day weekend that Brandon Johnson is touting as a major success because only 39 people got shot and 2 died.
Only 39 people got shot and only 2 died, so it's a success. This nigga's insane. He is straight up insane.
Mayor's ideological opposition to order and safety prevents any of these people from facing any consequences, and therefore nothing discourages them from doing this all over again. And just because defund the police Brandon Johnson doesn't feel unsafe with his 150 officer personal security detail doesn't mean the residents of Chicago feel the same way. I'm sure they're not eager to go out and enjoy the city this summer if it means getting...
He's right. Parents should be accountable for their kids, but when they're not, you need to treat them like regular citizens who are destroying society, who are breaking up society. They're criminals, nigga. Just because they're children don't mean they ain't criminals. You know how many kids have killed niggas in the hood? You supposed to just excuse it because they're a kid? Hell no. They need to think about their actions. Lock these niggas up for long periods of time where they have time to think about that shit. This is ridiculous.
Caught in a flash mob of angry, violent teenagers who will beat them within an inch of their life. There's a video I saw that's so disturbing and so disheartening, I can't even show it here on YouTube, but it shows an innocent lady by herself, unfortunate enough to get caught up in this street mob, getting violently jumped by like 8 black teenagers. And then they just laugh and move on, merging back within the mob. But Mayor Johnson refuses to crack down on this problem because to do so would be racist, obviously. But instead of preventing Chicago from descending into full-blown anarchy, Brandon Johnson is at the Vatican, meeting with the Pope to ask for reparations.
Absolutely. You know, again, I'm going to thank him for his recognition of the harm that slavery caused across the globe, and how, as we celebrate, as you all know, we're going into our 250th year as a nation. This nation is not what it is without the free labor and the forced labor of black people. And so that apology and that recognition is very much aligned with my ongoing effort to repair the harm that has been caused by slavery.
So just a complete lack of priorities. But the problem for Mayor Brandon Johnson is his failures don't just exist in a vacuum. The city of Chicago is the economic engine of the state of Illinois. So if Brandon Johnson drives Chicago into the ground, which he's doing, it has severe consequences for the entire state.
Well, that's why you're here, to hear my commentary on what it's saying. I don't stop the video every 50 minutes like Jimmy Dore. Why are you doing like Jimmy Dore? I have actually something to say because I'm from the community. Jimmy Dore just talks about shit that he don't really know shit about. However, I'm from that community. I teach the community. So I have something to say about that community. And if you want to hear it, you don't got to watch. Salam alaikum. You can go watch this video on its own. This nigga's name is Brandon Lehman. You can go to his channel. I would prefer you do that too, because I'm not going to play the whole goddamn video. You should go watch it and give him his views. If you like what he's saying, go give him his views. I put this on my channel so that I could talk about the subject. Not so you can watch this goddamn video. I played it so you can watch some of the video, and then I can talk about what he's talking about in the video.
Crime is out of control in Chicago, which it is, businesses will close and jobs will disappear. If the city government is run by communists, which it is, and they implement policies that are hostile towards businesses, which they do, then businesses leave and tax revenue disappears. And that's why J.B. Pritzker said publicly, Brandon Johnson is the worst person he's had the mispleasure of working with.
I know that the mayor has no plan. He has come up with no plan at all about how the Bears would end up in the city of Chicago. So that's problematic. I'd love them to be in the city, but we are 3 years in now and he still has no plan. And in fact, this is kind of typical. The mayor has shown up every spring at the end of session to pronounce what he would like to see happen. And as you know, the budget gets put together.
So real quick, that's not the only thing, because that didn't just happen. The reason I'm showing that is because it didn't just happen in Chicago. It also happened. Actually, I can do this real quick. It happened in a couple of other cities at the same time. Where's the other one? Hold on. Check this out. Same thing. Oh, no, this is not it. Hold on. Sorry, that's not it. Wait, where is the... Dang it. I don't think I got that video. Damn, where'd that video go? Hold on. Where is it? Got that one. Damn, where'd it go? It was another video. It was showing that damn it, I don't have the video. But the video was about Detroit. They did the exact same thing in Detroit. I can't find the goddamn video, man. Oh man. Nope, I can't find the video. God dang it. Nope, can't find the video. But it happened in Detroit. You can go on who was talking about it? I think Antoine, what is his name? Anton, I forgot the dude who had to fight with Corey. This dude right here. Anton Daniels. Yeah, it was on his channel. It's on his channel. So if you can find it, but because he's in Detroit. So he did a whole breakdown of it because he lives in Detroit. So it's happening everywhere. These teen takeovers and the degradation of the melanated community, or the perception of the melanated community, it's what happens when we allow this to go on. When we allow this to go on, not only now, at some point in time, it's out of control and the parents can't do anything, then that means society, the system, needs to take control of these people. They're not kids at this point. When you constantly are violating laws and committing crimes, you're not a kid anymore. You got to be treated as an adult. And then maybe you'll start getting some adult sense if we treat you like an adult, if we punish you like an adult. Because a lot of these kids, they do these crimes thinking I'm a minor, so nothing will happen to me. They go and do these crimes. No, I'm a minor, ain't nothing gonna happen to me. I'm just gonna get thrown in jail and let go. Well, you need to change that. Change that perception that, yo, if I do something, I may be going to jail for a long ass time. The very least 6 months. It should be an automatic 6 months. Straight up. It should be the automatic 6 months to a year. But this is a major problem, a pandemic within our community, and we need to get a hold of it, because once the rest of the world, especially America, starts looking at us like you're a throwaway, then that's a wrap. They've already been doing that. This is the tipping point. They've already said, all right, we can just throw niggas away. This is why they try to import so many other people into America, because they can throw the American nigga away, because you're not worth anything. Your stock is so damn is falling so much. We got to dump you. If you play the stock market, you know what I'm talking about. So just saying, we got to get control of the community, people. So moving along, SNAP benefits. Hold on real quick. SNAP benefits are about to get, let me see if I can find this. Hold on, I gotta make sure I find this damn story. All right. So SNAP benefit. If you have some people on SNAP, you better let them know. It's some bullshit coming for them. So here we go. Check this out. Oops. Right here we go. We got it. So SNAP recipients will soon need to prove they're working or volunteering. That's the new stipulation if you want SNAP benefits. It says minors, seniors, and some other groups, including those with mental or physical health conditions, will be exempt from the new requirements, but mostly everybody else, you are not. It says big changes are coming to a federal program that has been helping low-income families pay for food for generations. The changes could mean millions of Americans will no longer receive Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, benefits. Said, oh, you can watch it on the news. It says starting Monday, it says watch here. So check it out. Here we go. Oh, I don't know what that is. Sorry, I just clicked on the video. I thought it was the actual video, but that's not it. So it says starting Monday, the federal government will require certain people to receive SNAP benefits, or who receive SNAP benefits, to show they are either working or volunteering for community services. In the district alone, more than 130,000 residents rely on SNAP benefits to feed their families. According to DC officials, about 18,000 of them are at risk of losing those benefits, as the Trump administration will begin enforcing work requirements on Monday. You got to go to work. Get off your ass, bitch. You got to get off your ass. And it says, we want to help people avoid losing benefits when that's possible. And for that, there are 3 paths that we're trying to create, DC City Administration, Kevin Donahue said. One is work requirements, so people work. My eyes are having a bad time looking at this. One is work requirements, so people work. That's generally about 20 hours a week or 80 hours a month. One is work training, so they're in a training program. Also, they have to do that for about 80 hours a month or 20 hours a week. And the final one that's very intriguing that other states have looked at is a volunteer program. You're allowed to volunteer. The requirement for that is about 8 hours a week, so it's less than being in training or work. So this is what they got for your butt if you are on SNAP. Hold on, if you are on SNAP, that's what they got for your ass. Now check this out. This is a story on that shit. Now, the volunteering sounds good to me, and I'm going to show you where you may be able to get over on the volunteering. Hold on. You might be able to get over on the volunteering. Let me play this for a second. So this is a story on it real quick.
Well, thousands of Oklahomans are now scrambling to understand the new work requirements, or SNAP, or what we used to call food stamps. In order to get money to buy groceries, many adults must now either work, volunteer, or attend job training for 80 hours a month. As News 4's Tanner De Leon reports, the new rules are worrisome for those organizations trying to help SNAP benefits follow the new guidelines. Tanner?
Well, these organizations that I talked to say the new requirements will not only put a strain on thousands of families, but also themselves.
There's so much confusion around it.
Chris Bernard, CEO of Hunger Free Oklahoma, says the Trump administration.
How is it putting a strain on thousands of families if you just sitting around not doing shit every day? You can't go out and look for work. You can't get off your ass and look for work. You're supposed to just sit there and suck up everybody else's energy to support your life without you doing any goddamn thing. Get the fuck out of here. I agree with these requirements.
Administration's new work requirements for SNAP were not well relayed, confusing many recipients and involved organizations.
We're concerned for our clients' sake. We're also concerned for our operational capabilities.
Before, the requirement only applied to able-bodied adults 18 to 54 without kids. Now it applies to those 18 to 64, including anyone with dependents older than 14. And if you don't follow the new work guidelines, you don't get benefits.
There are a lot of reasons that make it difficult for people, especially in that age range, to perform 80 hours of work in order to keep their SNAP benefits.
Katie LaFell with Skyline is worried for her clients, as well as the nonprofit's ability to provide food to those in need.
It means that we have to secure more food, that we have to serve more people, and it's a capacity issue for our system.
She also fears they won't be able to offer enough volunteer opportunities for everyone to meet the new requirement of 80 hours a month.
So if we have thousands and thousands of Oklahomans that are falling into this new work requirement category, we don't have the spots to provide the volunteer hours needed for them to keep their benefits. I know that every nonprofit's going to deal with that in different ways.
There are also a lot of questions about how the state will keep track of all SNAP recipients' hours to ensure they are complying with the work requirement.
DHS is going to have to tell people how to document that. Then they're going to have to figure out how to, train the local food pantry or wherever they like to volunteer to document that. If they meet that requirement.
We first asked DHS on Wednesday what their plan is. They didn't tell us how they plan to document everything, but said it would not be easy, as nearly 43,000 more Oklahomans will be required to show proof of employment to receive SNAP benefits, which now includes veterans, the homeless, and young adults aging out of foster care who used to be exempt from these work requirements, but are not anymore.
We're anticipating more people needing our meal services more frequently.
Megan Mueller with the Oklahoma City Homeless Alliance knows this.
So this is coming for the people. No matter what you do. Now, I agree with this. Now, for people who need to volunteer, how lucky for you, You got me. And you have this.
Too many people walk through life carrying fear, not because they've done something wrong, but because no one ever told them they have rights. When you don't know the law, even ordinary life can feel like a risk. That's why we build Know Your Rights Foundation, a place where the law becomes clear, simple, and yours. Knowledge is your shield. The law is your defense. Start learning today at KYRF.org.
You can volunteer at Know Your Rights Foundation, and you only got to volunteer for 8 hours a week, not 20 hours a week. And all you got to do over here is just study the law and government. Oh, see the little cheat code? You can volunteer at Know Your Rights Foundation, learn law and government, and still get your benefits. How great is that? And yes, we are, and that we're actually have two nonprofit designations. We're a 501c3 and a 501c4. We gangster like that. Yep. Again, we are a 501c3 and a 501c4. We got two designations. So you can volunteer at Know Your Rights Foundation and get your SNAP benefits and learn law and government at the same time. Sounds like a win-win to me. I don't know what y'all thinking, but it sounds like a win-win to me, brothers and sisters. That's all I'm saying. Because it's gonna be hard. I agree with the work requirement. You shouldn't be able to sit on your ass all goddamn day and not do anything and get paid for it. Hell no, get off your fucking ass. Do something. If you want something, do something. Cause and effect. Energy out, energy back. We're in the Saturn energy right now. That's hard work. Whatever energy you put out into the universe, this is Saturn. Saturn is not bad energy. It's not bad karma. Saturn is just cause and effect. Whatever energy you put out into the universe, you get back. We are in that time now. So whatever you get or don't get is on you. It's strictly, solely on you. Yo, this is crazy right here. Last couple things I got. Jamal Bowman, the dude who got kicked out of Congress. Oh man, I just could have left that up. Jamal Bowman, who got kicked out of Congress by vitriol because he was against vitriol. He said that melanated people are unfit and unhealthy because of the stress of dealing with racism in the hood. This is what he said, that melanated people, you are unhealthy. You are fat. You are a fat burger murderer or whatever it is, a Kool-Aid gouger, because you are stressed out because of racism and the way you have to live in the hood. So this is why you unhealthy. I call that a bunch of bullshit, but let's listen.
Did you?
Now, this ain't why you're unhealthy. Drinking a whole bunch of sugar out of a plastic goddamn bottle. This ain't why you unhealthy. No, that ain't it. It's you unhealthy because you stressed out about white folks.
Who's always gonna do it? I'm telling you. Hey, you can put your juice on some ice. You can mix that shit with some liquor. Show that pineapple.
Look at it.
I see that.
This the new fad.
Boy. So we got to talk about the latest viral concoction to come out of the EBT community, the ghetto, right?
I see any dude eating that just like she did, you suspect, nigga. Telling you right now, you sus. If I see any dude eating this, down in that like that, nigga, you suspect like a motherfucker, nigga. If you deep throating a big ass piece of pineapple, nigga, that look like a dildo, nigga, you are suspect, nigga. Just saying.
The hood black community involving the Kool-Aid pineapple spears. Now, if you guys are not familiar with this TikTok trend, we're going to get into it, but basically it's diabetes in a jar, right? And I'm talking about this subject because I was told by Jamal Bowman that the reason why black people are so unhealthy, right? We have all of these chronic diseases that affect us more than everybody else is because of racism, right? Because Because of the N-word, right? That's the reason why.
Catholic
And the
pro-life
problem is we're not dealing with America's original sin and its disease of hate and racism towards black and brown people and sexism towards women and anti-LGBTQ sentiment. We are not dealing with that. Your colleagues in the Republican Party do not hold each other accountable when it comes to the racism that comes from the party on a consistent basis.
Congressman, I mean, where are you on?
You can't be calm about this. I'm a black man in America. The reason why heart
I'm
disease,
white, I can't comment
listen
on
to
it.
what I'm saying. The reason why heart disease and
He always ranting about he the black man, like perpetual victim ass nigga. You ain't no victim, nigga. You was just a congressman. Shut the fuck up. How you a victim, nigga? You was just a congressman, fool. Shut your bitch ass up. And then they'll try to shut up anybody else like their opinions ain't valid because he a nigga. Nobody's opinions is valid other than niggas. White people live too, nigga. Asians, Indians, everybody's opinion is valid, nigga. That has experiences within this whole goddamn country. Your opinion is valid if you've had an experience, if you're speaking from your experience. He trying to shut this motherfucker up because he white. Like he can't talk ever at all. Like nigga, because you white. The fuck that mean? Yeah, Jamal Bowman is an idiot.
and cancer and obesity and diabetes. These are our heart disease basis.
Congressman, I mean, where are you on?
You can't be calm about this. I'm a black man in America. The reason why heart disease,
white, I can't comment
listen to what I'm saying. The reason why heart disease and cancer and obesity and diabetes are bigger in the black community is because of the stress we carry from having to deal with being called the N-word directly or indirectly every day. If your college
niggas ain't being called niggas every day, only by themselves. White people ain't calling you niggas every day. No one is calling anyone niggas every day other than niggas. What is he talking? The stress of being called nigga every day. Where are you hearing that? Nobody is out here. Nigga. Ain't nobody doing that. He's so full of shit. This constant perpetual victim shit, it's already been used up by the Khazarians, nigga. No one else is taking that shit. Nobody else is buying perpetual victim stock anymore, nigga. It's not happening. This nigga's lost his mind.
Colleagues would listen and try to learn and engage and grow and stop being so hateful, we could have a better country. We carry from having to deal with being called the N-word directly or indirectly every day. If your colleagues would listen and try to learn and engage and grow and stop being so hateful, we could have a better country. But unfortunately, we're still here.
Jamal, I feel your passion and I understand where you're coming from. Sincerely, I really, really do. It happens on both sides, Jamal. You might think it happens more on your side. Jamal, when I leave the show, Jamal, you should see my Twitter feed.
And they're acquitted. Rodney King, Abner Louima, Eric Gardner, Trayvon Martin, black cops in Memphis. It's not the same. And I don't want to qualify or quantify pain. That's not what I'm talking about. Everyone goes through pain. But the racism in this country is a disease that will destroy us. And it's destroying us right now as we...
You're not acting like it. You acting like you the only niggas that go through... niggas the only motherfuckers that go through shit. And act like that it's not because of their own doing or their own non-doing. Nobody's making you sit around and not learn about the system or the multiple systems within America that you can succeed in. There's so many of them. Nigga, the Khazarians came over here and learned just the government, and they living free off the government. Niggas could have done that. You could have sat around, learned the government on how to really truly make your whole community about under the guidelines of how to get free shit from the government, and you could have did that, but you didn't do that. You didn't sit around and learn that. The Khazarians did. They learned that, and they building up communities in every state off of your taxes. The men don't work, the women don't work. They just have babies all goddamn day, and they getting paid off your taxes. You could have done that. Stop talking about there's no goddamn way in the system for you. You just don't want to learn it. That's the difference. You lazy than a motherfucker. Niggas need to get the lazy out their ass, man. That's the fucking problem with niggas. It's lazy shit. When you do that, you get off your lazy ass and say, all right, nigga, give me all the knowledge and let me learn it so I can go use it. Then you will be in the game. But nobody's giving a shit as long as you sit on your ass talking about you perpetual victim.
Speak. January 6th, everybody was pardoned. Everybody's pardoned. Riots in LA, they're insurrectionists. But we pardoned everyone January 6th. This is America.
Yeah. Racism is the disease that will destroy black people, right? According to Jamal Bowman. It's the N-word, it's the white man. That's the reason why black people are disproportionately obese.
But watch this craze that's going on with these goddamn with this right here. This is why melanated people are unhealthy. You have unhealthy eating habits. You have no discipline. None. And when you put those two together, unhealthy eating habits with no discipline, then you will die from your eating.
$20 to $100, right? Some people say they sell for like $100. Some are selling it for like 20. But you can make these at home or whatever.
And what you're eating when you eat this type of shit, you got to put a whole bunch of sugar in that. In this whole thing, you got to put a bunch of sugar in there. Then the pineapple already is filled with fructose. Already it has its own sugar. So you're adding sugar to sugar. And then you're putting in Kool-Aid, which has red number 6 and red and yellow 5 and all the rest of that. All those are cancer-causing chemicals. Got to say allegedly. So the unhealthy is coming from you.
This is what people are doing.
My SYP has been flooded with these raw Kool-Aid pineapples. So we about to see what the hype about. First things first, you're gonna need these jars of pineapple. Make sure you get the kind with coconut water. I got mine from Sam's Club for $5. Then you'll need 1 packet of Kool-Aid per jar, whatever flavor you want, and then some sugar. Before y'all come for me in the comments talking about it don't need no sugar, then leave it out. This ain't about how you want to make it, it's about how I want to make it. Thank you. Anyways, you're gonna start by pouring all the juice from the jar into a cup, and you're gonna add your Kool-Aid packet and your desired amount of sugar. I used 1/3 measuring cup, but I only filled it about halfway. I see people saying, "Oh, you don't need sugar. It already is sweet as a pineapple. You don't make."
Look at that, bro.
Damn
shame. A whole cup of sugar, bro. A whole cup of sugar in what is already sugary snack concoction, right? Black, right? No. It was white.
Yeah. Then all you got to do is stir it up very well and pour the mixture back into the jar of pineapples, and that's literally it. You're going to throw them in the fridge for anywhere between 24 to 48 hours. I did leave mine in there for the full 2 days before we tried them because I wanted to make sure they were done the correct way. And I don't even know why I just said weed because I have no intention on trying these. I am not a fan of coconut water whatsoever. So this is going to be up to Ebony. Okay, y'all, excuse how we look. Anyways, the 48 hours has been up and Ebony is tasting them.
Hell yeah. What's it taste like? Describe it. A tropical ass pineapple.
First of all, I ain't trying to trip, but Ebony is pale as shit. Do you know the color of Ebony? This pale ass girl called Ebony is hilarious. That's just funny as shit to me. Girl, you paler than ghostly ghost, but your name is Ebony? Okay. That don't mean you ain't black. That don't mean you ain't black, but you are pale in the motherfucker.
Is it sweet or-
She wasn't a fan of the blue raspberry lemonade. Her favorite was the tropical punch. And side note, I cannot believe folks really be out here selling these for $20 a jar when the pineapples are literally $5 and the Kool-Aid packets are 25 cents. I mean, I support the hustle for sure, but baby, these are definitely something you can make way cheaper at home. Anywho, save this video if you want to try them because according to Ebony, you won't be disappointed. Bye.
Yeah. So you see, they hear that. Now, again, this is going viral because apparently it tastes really good.
When I tell y'all no other punch, no other flavor, man, when I tell you I'm getting ready to take this all around, I don't care who's selling it in what city. Period. I don't care who's selling it in what city. Let me know what this shit hitting on. Okay, go ahead. This is blue raspberry. Come on.
Niggas ain't healthy because of this. This is not why niggas are unhealthy. Not this.
No, I'm gonna try to do first. Do the juice first. Do the juice first. Well, what's going on? Come on, now. Nobody is drinking it like that. Come on. He love a juice. He love a juice. Brother, what is giving? Come on, now. No other touch, no other flavor. Baltimore, get ready, because I'm coming with a ballot. I'm coming with a ballot for Baltimore and DC. Come on. With a nice little flavor. Come on, now. But let me tell y'all something. It's the juice. That's what I'm talking about. Y'all stop telling me what to do. I know. Listen, I have left hands, you guys. Come on, man.
These niggas are sus. Nigga, no, you didn't. These niggas are sus.
He love a juice. Brother, what is giving?
You sus, nigga.
No other touch, no other flavor.
Nigga, what the fuck is wrong with you? Nigga, get a knife and a fork, nigga. Cut that shit up, bitch. Don't eat that shit. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? So, again, people, you got melanated people trying to skirt tail the responsibility, their own responsibility to why they're down and out. It's not because you don't do your due diligence on how to beat the system. No, that ain't it. It's because you constantly oppressed. The Caucasian man is beating the shit out of you, calling you nigga every goddamn day. They're the ones holding you down. They locking your front door. They holding your front door closed. Every time you try to open your front door, there's a white man on the outside of it holding it closed. There's a bunch of them. They all in a line in a chain, just pulling the door closed, preventing you from getting out. That shit ain't happening. None of that shit is happening. You are preventing yourself from doing what you need to do to better yourself. And this shit right here, niggas always finding some fuck shit to be on. And here it is, another fuck shit fad that niggas are on that will make them get cancer or die. Or don't want to speak it up. Let's not speak it up. So let's cancel that. But hopefully they don't get cancer from this type of shit. But they are eating cancer causing things. So no more victim Olympics for niggas. No one cares. Last thing I got, man, they keep making me talk about my boy, man. They keep making me talk about my boy. So we got to cancel Netflix. We got to cancel Netflix. Net bitch is full of shit. We don't roll with net bitch. Fuck flicks, whatever you want to call them. We don't fuck with y'all. Because they are trying to release a documentary on I talked about it a little bit last week, but I didn't know it was coming out on Netflix. This documentary is about the trial. The Mike trial. If I can find it. So this is about the Michael Jackson trial in 2005 when he was acquitted of all charges, all 10 charges. This nigga also was investigated for 10 years by the FBI. Found nothing, not one thing. When you're investigated by the FBI, they gonna find something. If you spit on the ground, they'll find that shit. Like this nigga about 17 years ago, he did spit on the ground. We have it on film. We have it on tape. We got it on the cam. We got it on the cam on the street. We got everything. We got eyewitnesses. We went to a bunch of houses. We talked to them. They said they looked out of the window. They saw you hawk it up. They saw you spit it out the side of your mouth. We got all the evidence. You spit on the ground 17 years ago, motherfucker. You're gonna pay. That's what happens when you got the FBI up your ass. Even if you just did that once. They investigated Mike and they said we didn't find shit. You ever see that movie in space? That part in Spaceballs when they were combing the desert? They was looking for homeboy. They was combing the desert with a big ass afro pick. They was combing. First of all, the white people were combing the desert with a white comb, and then they got to the black people and they had a big ass afro pick combing the desert. And they said, "Have you found anything?" They said, "We ain't found shit." That was the FBI when they investigated Mike. We ain't found shit. So people are saying EAD to Netflix.
So I'm canceling my Netflix subscription. It's absolute garbage. Michael Jackson was found innocent. The kids that they used to go against him are now adults, and every single one of them, 100% of them, have now came forward and said that they paid off their parents. They paid off their parents to get them to say shit, and now they're saying none of that ever happened. Michael Jackson's music has went back to #1. His new documentary has soared and made a ton of money, and movies are doing nothing right now. They're doing garbage right now. And guess what, Netflix? You want to come out with this The Verdict garbage right now during Michael Jackson soaring again? You guys are garbage. I'm canceling the Netflix subscription, and I've been with you guys for 15 years. You're a BlackRock company now, which means I don't want nothing to do with you. I'm done with these BlackRock company stores. I'm over you, Netflix. I'm calling today, and I'm canceling my subscription. #1, you ain't got shit to watch anyway.
On top of raising their prices to over $27 per month for the subscription, they also decided to come out with this tone-deaf, very tone-deaf interview of Michael Jackson and this documentary of, the whole court process during the courtroom. Guys, like, seriously, I just don't get it. And this is not the first time that Netflix has done something like this. They've done it in the past, but they wait until people get to their highs and then boom, they knock out a massive documentary just to try to shoot them down because they understand that there's extra clicks and that's extra, attention that they can receive because of all that, the whole situation. But guys, seriously, what are we talking about right now? And now a lot of people all over the world, the United States, it's probably just the United States, right? They're deciding to cancel their Netflix membership. Let's check this out though, guys.
And Netflix, since y'all want to hop on the Michael Jackson hate train after the biopic, y'all want to be messy and letting these folks pay y'all for their shenanigans and to continue to slander, we're going to cancel y'all membership. Stop playing.
Hey, hold up. She fine as hell. Just real quick. Just saying. She fine as hell. I'm with you, girl. With your fine self. Here we go.
Because y'all already been going up anyways. So what we all need to do, cancel Netflix right now until they take that shit. And I'm so serious. Everybody stay on business.
Yeah, that's the thing, guys, because the Michael Jackson movie was very, very good from my review. I actually haven't watched it yet. Well, not my review, from people's review. Let's get to the maybe a couple years after this movie. Right? Like, and people are going to always have
be quiet.
Anything, right? Like,
Michael movie's doing pretty well, huh? Check out this new documentary that we made against him.
Okay, we would like to cancel our subscription. Wait, why are you leaving? We thought you loved Michael content. I love Michael, and you need to leave that poor man alone. He's literally dead. You're literally beating a dead horse.
This new documentary might change your opinions on Michael with the new information that we've gathered.
I don't want to change my opinion on Michael. I love Michael. And he was already tried for this, and he was found not guilty on all 10 counts. This is double jeopardy. Leave the poor man alone.
Thank you.
But what about the potential victims? Don't act like this is for the victims, which I don't think it is, by the way. If this was truly philanthropic, it wouldn't be behind a paywall. And you guys chose to sit on this documentary until the Michael movie came out so that you can write his popularity and gain the viewership and gain the subscribers. Yeah. It's disgusting. It's scheming. And for that reason, I want out of my membership.
No. cancel. Well, not cancel. Make a documentary about the president, right? Like, why are we still not making a documentary?
Now that's true. All of this Epstein stuff, all of the people in the goddamn in the world, not to mention the administration, Trump's administration, and in the Biden administration, everybody who's in a politician right now, most of them are in the Epstein files, or at least are Khazarian ball garglers or touched them or something. You don't hear nothing about that. No videos, no documentaries, none of that shit on that. But a nigga who was proven innocent time and time again, no, we gonna keep putting this shit out here and speculate and say and just claim that this shit happened without any goddamn evidence. Not even without any evidence. We have evidence to the contrary of what they're saying. There's evidence to the contrary in a trial and an FBI investigation, but we gonna come out here and ruin Mike because we can't have Mike, the person we tried to destroy in the first place. We can't have him rise back to the top. We can't have you think that he's the God that he actually is. No, we have to bring him down to show you that we are actually in power. And because this nigga, he was adverse against the Khazarians, he said, fuck them Khazarians, and really the ones in power, not all of them. He only meant the ones in power. This is why they got to tear him down. There's no way that we can allow you to be great because you tried to fuck us over, or you found out that we were full of shit and you tried to tell the world, and now we have to make sure that your legacy is nothing. Can't do it. Mike has risen to the top, and you won't take him down ever again. As soon as I heard that this goddamn documentary was, immediately, the second I heard that this documentary was on Netflix, I canceled my shit. I only watched that shit for Bloodhounds anyway. And I watched both seasons of Bloodhounds. I watched season 2 of Bloodhounds like 3 times already. So I'm good. I'm good. And let me tell you, if you need Netflix, if you need, allegedly, you can go to Amazon and get this. Can you see this right here? Let me make it larger. Can y'all see that? Go to Amazon and get you one of these if you want to still watch stuff on Netflix. Allegedly. I'm just saying. But it's Netflix sell it. I mean, Amazon sells it. So, hey. But get you one of these. But you can cancel Bitch Flicks. We're not going to allow you to ruin Michael ever again.
Documentary about those different things. I know we made, it's other problems. This is why people are stuff that people don't even care.
Dude, stop talking.
God, this is crazy. On top of $27 a month. Like, let's.
Dude.
Of Michael Jackson. The verdict is pretty much like a documentary style short film kind of thing. I'm not sure if it's a series or not, but regardless, it's pretty much just going to be downgrading his legacy like everything else. It's going to be talking about all the allegations, but not proving any of them. And people seem to be pissed off about this because they don't want to keep hearing about Michael Jackson in a bad way. You know, me included. I have loved Michael Jackson ever since I was younger, and I knew when he died, and I cried. That was the first big person I've ever cried over. I mean, not that shit matters or anything. I don't believe that he did any of those things. Also, was never even proven that he did. But I guess I can't say for sure because he also had a lot of money, and the world runs on money. No, but regardless, Netflix is apparently going to be losing a lot of money on June 3rd just because people are going to be canceling their subscription. So let me know in the comment section if you're going to be doing this. Also, let me know in the comment section if you're going to be watching this.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You're going to have a mixed community of people who's going to cancel their membership. And, some people aren't going to cancel their membership because ultimately it's all based on the decision of the person. It is, platforms that are competing with Netflix are going to cancel it for one.
To stop now. Hey, y'all.
Yeah, y'all let me know what y'all think about this in the comment section below.
On Netflix, you about to get the Target treatment. I would advise you to stop now. Hey, y'all, Shania and Shelly talk all things TV and pop culture here because we are what the culture is feeling. And the culture's not feeling no docuseries from Netflix about Michael Jackson and his trial. Netflix released a trailer for a docuseries that is revisiting the trial with Michael Jackson that ended up in his acquittal. Michael Jackson was accused of a lot of things relating to children, including molestation, pedophilia, things of that nature. Also know that Michael Jackson was acquitted of all of these things, and even though he was acquitted, a lot of these charges and things and the general misinformation from the public still stay in his legacy today. So when this was announced, I did not think in my head that anybody could have looked at this and thought, oh, this might be a good decision to do. I love Netflix, but people can make mistakes, and Netflix definitely did. Well, there's definitely an interest for this type of docuseries, right? Because people are just generally nosy. The general public is not hating Michael Jackson. And after the Michael movie, there is a lot of sympathy and a lot of heartache for Michael. The new generation is realizing that he was literally just a neurodivergent child in a world that was not made for him, and he was so talented. And that he was seen as an enemy and accused of these things where the real enemies were skirting right under our noses. And that he served as having Neverland as a place to protect children. So for this case being him, accusing him of not trying to protect the children that he originally
Remember, the Khazarians use the law of reversal. Anything that's good, they'll try to turn it bad. And anything bad, they'll try to make it seem like it's good. This is the science that they work. The law of reversal. Michael was one of the best people the world has ever seen. And they tried to demonize him. They tried to demonize him because they felt that they have the power of perception in the world. Remember, we are the movie makers, we're the producers, we're the directors, and blah, 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 blah. We make the scenes and all that bullshit. But no, you are not. You are not the true power of the universe. And true godhood, true God power shines through no matter what. And that's who Mike was. And they could not keep that energy under wraps. They could not destroy it. They cannot hide it. They cannot keep it suppressed. And now it's back. And thank goodness for Mike. So shout out to my boy Mike. And make sure everybody you go over to get the book, The Great Book of Melanin Research, if you want the Police Stop Law package for free, and all 3 of the shirts that I have going on for the weekend deal. It's today, tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday. That's because really Monday is the last is June 1st, but I go to the post office on Tuesday, so I allow you guys to still get the deal till Tuesday. So today, tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday, if you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, you're going to get this.
Melanin is one of the most biologically powerful substances in the human body. Order the Great Book of Melanin. Research today and explore the science that has too often been reduced, simplified, or overlooked. Learn how melanin absorbs radiation, protects DNA from cellular damage, and influences neurological function. Mechanisms documented across multiple scientific disciplines, but rarely explained together in one place. The Great Book of Melanin Research brings these findings into a single, accessible record, connecting biology, chemistry, and human health with clarity and precision. For decades, this information existed across journals, laboratories, and institutions, yet most people were never taught it. Not in school, not in health education, and not in the conversations that shape public understanding. Instead, melanin was reduced to pigment, assigned a color, and set aside because context changes conversations. Order the Great Book of Melanin Research and see the research compiled, explained, and placed back into plain sight.
So go ahead and pick that up. You get the whole Police Stop Law package, as it said. You get that for free, ma'am. And you get the 3 the 3 Rapstrology shirts. You can get either the groups, the one. So since you guys like the blue, I'm going to put the blue in the store today, so you can have the blue. You guys can order the blue Rapstrology groups. That's the 90s. That's the groups in the 90s. It ends in 93, starts in 1990, ends with 93, groups from 93. So then we got other groups coming out. Then I also have a West Coast rap group Rapstrology shirt for groups. Now, I'm gonna show you my list, and if you guys think of somebody I left off this list, because I may have to do 2 shirts for the West Coast, but I couldn't find that many West Coast groups, so it seems like I only have 1 shirt. But this is my West Coast groups shirt right here. NWA, West Side Connection, Cypress Hill, the Dog Pound, Hieroglyphics, the Far Side, Digital Underground, the Alcoholics, the Loonies, and hold on. And damn it, what's the other? Hold on. Souls of Mischief. Even though Souls of Mischief is in the Hieroglyphics, I can't get all of them in there. So I'm gonna have to do Souls of Mischief as their own group. And then the Hieroglyphics, the missing Hieroglyphics from Souls of Mischief, I'm gonna have to do that. So Above the Law. I know the producer from Above the Law. That's Broadway. Broadway produced Above the Law. That if you watch Zoe's show, Broadway is one of Zoe's best friends. So shout out to Broadway. He has a new album out there. But Broadway produced Above the Law album. E40 is not a group. I said West Coast groups. I said groups. So if y'all don't add to the groups, these are groups again. So that'll be the West Coast group shirt right there. So if you want the 3 shirts, I haven't put that in. I haven't gotten that made yet. But if you want the other shirts, the 3 shirts, make sure you order the Great Book of Melanin and Research, the hard copy, bam, and you get the whole Police Stop Law package for free. All of this right here. So appreciate you. Also, make sure you go to knowyourrightsfoundation.org/volunteers. Sign up as a volunteer so we can get you into next month's volunteer class or interview class. So make sure you, if you want to get in for the month of June, the interview class, get over there, sign up so we can get you in, teaching you the law for free. No one else is doing that. You guys better start valuing it or it will go away. We ain't always guaranteed to be here teaching you niggas. Sometimes we may close it up. You don't know. And you sit around and act like, hey, they're going to be there when I get ready. We may not be. We may close it up and do something else. While we offering this stuff for free, though, you better get your butt on here and learn this stuff. So get over to KYRF.org/volunteers and do that. Also, if you want to donate, go to givebutter.com/KYR Foundation. And you can also donate to give to us at GiveButter if you don't want to donate, if you can't donate on the website. We accept donations on both the website and at GiveButter. So again, givebutter.com/KYR Foundation. That's again, givebutter.com/KYR Foundation. If you want to dope, GiveButter helps us out. Every time you donate, they hook us up as well. So that's the best way to donate, and we appreciate you. All right, I'm out of here, everybody. Make sure you support. Get over to realnagas.com. Order that stuff. Order some gear. Order some merch. Thank all my moderators for hitting me up. Thank everybody for hitting the Cash App and the Super Chats. I appreciate y'all. We got over the goal again today. I appreciate you guys for hooking me up with all the donations and the love. And I'm about to go watch some Days of Thunder, some Cold Trickle. Peace out, everybody. Y'all have a great Saturday. I'll holler at y'all next week. Deuces.
Real Nagas, tap in.